19 months. Hi. You would be right. I needed to do something. Before I sat down, and I don't remember. Oh, I was gonna grab fuzzy socks. Anyways, hi, hello, welcome. Our lovely winner today is Kevin. It is Kevin. Hi, how are you? Hi, Doc. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Kai. Let me scroll. I had to scroll all the way back up. I knew who won, but I want to double check. Hi, Turnip. I did take my vitamins, and I took more vitamins, and I have another vitamin with me, too, because I'm not feeling well. I think that is. How is everybody? I need to turn on the music because I can hear it. Let me grab fuzzy socks. Called it? You absolutely fucking did. Okay. Not feeling well. Yeah, I've been fighting something. Since last week. I don't know what it is, but we did have a storm roll in too. So I know that doesn't help. Hi. I know that doesn't usually help me. Usually makes me worse. But I feel it in my lungs. I put my Ankh earrings on. I was like, oh my god, I can't hear the music. I'm a little stupid. The kitty, hi. How is everybody doing though? Also, I do overdo it with car singing, so that's probably also why my throat kind of hurts. But it's that nasty feeling I have in my throat. And in my nose. I don't like it. But I have orange juice. I have my breakfast, which is yogurt if I feel like eating it. I took multivitamins, not my normal ones because I ran out of those. I took my other vitamins, but those are for hair and nail. And then I have an immune booster, but my mom said she stopped taking them because they were like a horse pill. Because these things are fucking huge. I heard you talking it. You mama, how dare you? I didn't like how the coffee tasted while taking that. Anyways, hi. Hi. What do you want me to call you? The Vicious? I meant to ask last time, and then I didn't. Don't like coffee without caramel. Ooh, caramel is good. Honestly, truth be told, I don't really drink coffee. I say that, and that sounds like a fucking lie, because that's all I drink now every time I start stream. But it wasn't until summer that I started drinking a lot of coffee, because I was working super late night shifts every single weekend. Oh, I hit my lip on that. I love tea, but coffee with caramel? Jimmy? Okay, yeah. I knew you were familiar, but do you still want me to call you Jimmy? What do you want me to call you now? Also, glad you're doing well. Glad to see you around. I was thinking about some other people, too. That don't say, yeah, but I can't fucking read right now, Turnip. My head hurts so bad. Wait, it's not his name. His name's Jimmy. Did I? Glasses are dirty. I'm just call you Jimmy now. Now you said it, and now I'm like, well, now you're Jimmy. Love this song? Yes. I knew you would like this song. I love them so much. Okay, unless you want me to call you something else. I will revoke that. Super fast. I will not make anybody mad. I need to get batteries for my Digicam. I'm gonna become like the horror game that I play, Digicam. Guys, it's actually cold today. I am in shorts, which very, all are my names. Hey, okay. If you decide one day you want something else and the next day you want something else, you just tell me. Gives cowboy vibes? Yes, it does. Cowboy at heart. You're so real for that. Let's play more, Poor Man Poison. I have them, they're on my, where the hell is my slippers? They're on my Halloween playlist. That's what we're listening to. Where the hell is my other slipper? Why are they all, what the helly? How was I sitting yesterday? I was editing yesterday. Apparently I was freaking dying. Pick names? That's not a name though, Turno. That ain't no name. That's a title, okay? Here, that is a title. I was just thinking about some other older people who have been here. Fair? Yeah, fair enough. Not saying that you aren't. Just saying that's a title. So I was thinking about a lot of old friends who've been in my streams. That I haven't seen in a bit because one of them was he doesn't go on Twitch anymore because he was an older guy. I do miss him. I hope he's doing well. I was just thinking about him the other day. Oh, because I was in my art files on my I love Kodiak. I love Kodiak so much. I play with them all the time though. We don't play on stream, but like we play Deadlock all the time. And we play Overwatch. I love Kodiak. Kodiak and Ren, they both are amazing little humans. You're calling old people old? Yes. Oh my god, my friend at work found out how old I am because once again, he thought I was 23. I'll take it. But he was saying, I'm old. And I'm like, don't say you're old because that means I'm old. It was Friendly Fire. Friendly Fire was on. That's like, I think just about every single person I've met at work, even my leads sometimes. Yeah, no one knows actually how old I am until they ask. I saw you open that up the other day, Doc. How has that been? Ancient, old ancient, even? Old ancient. Hey, don't say that because I'm 28. Old ancient 29? I need to drink my orange juice. B told me to drink it. Let me open up my Steam. Ooh, Battlefield 6 is out, you guys. I bought it. Have not played it. I've been editing all week. New age set. Damn. I feel like Kai would really like this song. Apparently I gotta play Phasmophobia. There's a event. The Crimson Eye. It's just on the front page of my Steam. She's definitely a gifted 42, too. There's 42? I don't even see that one. That'd be crazy. I haven't even finished Indiana Jones yet. Who's playing Silent Hill F right now? Oh, Autumn. I love her. Sending her virtual hugs and kisses. I need to play more Skate as well. If I was 42? I could do so many things. I don't wish I was 42. I think my joints would be so much worse. Second to old folks home? I don't want to. The rent is cheaper there. The rent is cheaper in the old folks home. Not all places. Some though. Delicious. 1000%. You would say why she stopped streaming? Yes. In her Discord, she slightly talked about it one time because I was curious too. She's just not comfortable on Twitch anymore. I don't know what had happened. But I know she plays a lot of roguelike, a lot of Souls games, and that does bring out a lot of not weird people, but you get very aggressive people. So I don't know if something happened with that, but she just wasn't comfortable on Twitch anymore. She's fine with streaming, just not on Twitch, but she hasn't picked up streaming anywhere else. 42 is a fun time. My joints won't like 42. My joints. Specifically my joints. Where's my other necklace? Also, I have a Ghostface shirt on. I have Ghostface. I love him. Castles. Yeah. Luckily, I think because I had a lot of people who were close to me that played Souls games that helped me out with it, and they kind of were a big like blocker for a lot of people. And I forget his name, but I met somebody too. It was another Filipino. It was very funny because of Nikki. He helped me out in the game as well, and he was super nice. And then I had No Strats, who was the main one who was helping me. But I had a lot of nice people. But I know, especially because I've had some people come in when I was playing Elden Ring, not give me sass, but it happens with horror games too, where people are telling me how to do things, and I'm like, when it comes to Resident Evil, because it's been happening a lot when I play Resident Evil, that people are telling me like, oh, you need to go do that, and then I'm like, I know, I'm just enjoying my time here. But they say it's very demanding. And I'm like, well, there, buddy. I'm just here to have fun, even if I know or don't know where I'm going. Oh, dear. How are you, my love? I love you, and I hope you be well. Oh, what a name to see. I was just thinking about a whole bunch of old people who I need to check on. Because I haven't seen some of you guys in a while. Tarnished. Hey, those evil people who are mean can stay tarnished forever and not succeed. My knees and back feel like I'm 59, so I definitely don't want to be 42. I feel you, Doc. That's why I'm like, no, 42 is not going to be fun because of my joints. My hair's also in a ponytail. Haven't done that in a while. Wow, my hair looks extremely greasy from this side. Specifically just this bang. We're just never going to turn that way ever again. Hanging on. Hell yeah, that's all that matters. You're doing it, you're trying, and that's all that matters. You got us. You got us here whenever you want to join here, and you got us in the Discord. I'm glad everybody's been using the Discord for like venting or stupid stuff. So what is that for? It's like everybody has that correct play style. If you don't use it, you're wrong. Yeah, especially how, oh my god, especially how I played in that game, Doc. I was there to have fun. I didn't know what I was doing because I've never played a Souls game before that. Thank you, Doc. Oh, speaking of gifted subs. So, I'm now back down to, well, now 24 subscribers. And I was like, oh man, it must have been fake. The 200. No, the 200 gifted subs from last month, the payout's still going through. Like, it's just verifying and going through. So I don't know who that random citizen was. Bless her soul. I hope both sides of her pillows are cold at night so she sleeps perfectly fine. Because that was, I don't even know who that chick was. But bless her soul. What a mystery. Hey, Steve. Yeah. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I love you too, oh dear. I love you very much. I always am thinking about you. Hair to grease my frying pan, specifically this chunk? Yes, you could. Not too much, though. You can get a good grease, but you could get some off it. The rest of my hair is pretty fine. Is that a duck? A duck where? Those little guys? Wow, I can't point. These guys? Yeah. Oh, Heisenberg's falling. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Can we pet the cat? Which cat? I do have a lot of cats. Would you like this little gremlin here? I need to change his picture, but I ended up not liking the one little clown one I drew of him. I'll probably post him somewhere because he's stupid and I love him still. Where are you at? She just drank the lava. I unfortunately, Steve, do really trust the fox man. I shouldn't, but unfortunately he's hot. I'll own up to it. That's the main reason. But she was just going into his shrine in that world where he's just like, yeah, you wash your hands and then you cleanse yourself before going into a shrine. That's a normal thing, but it turned into lava for her. And then he was like, just calm down. And so she calmed down, did it, and then she panicked again and turned into lava again. Do you trust the doll? I don't know. Okay, I have bad judgment because I'm like, oh, he's helping me. Except he keeps on closing the doors and locking them. And I'm like, okay, you're really not helping. IRL cat? If an IRL cat shows up in my room, I will pet for you. Gonna make me cry. I love you very much, oh dear. Won't stick around too long, but I realized you were alive. So, hey, that's okay. Honestly, oh dear, I love just the little pop-ins. Like, stay as long as you can. Stay as long as you want. But I do love just hearing from you every once in a while, just to make sure I'm like, okay, you're there. I give you little face scrunchies. I give you smooch on forehead. And I'm like, okay, I'm glad to know you're doing good. And by good, you were doing your bestest. And that's all that matters. Good question. Good question, Divish. Do you trust the trust? I don't trust anything. I trust her friend, the guy. Rinko? She's a bitch. When I kidnap Sarah, I gotta conventionally attractive man with bread and cheese to get her to the man. Yeah, you know, this sounds about right. At my old age of 29. My old age of 29. Damn. You're making me sound old. You're making me feel old. I'm looking back at something. Hold on. Yeah. The pipe treatment? Yeah, dude. Wait, silly bands. Silly bands. You right. You silly, I do trust you. The last time, 28? Damn, crazy. Yeah, Steve, I do agree with you on the Rinko treatment. She's a bitch. She's a bitch. Like, straight through and through. There's a new Limp Bizkit song? No. Wow. I spelled Limp Bizkits so wrong because I hit 2 letters at one time. There's a new Limp Bizkit. Oh my god, please. That is crazy. I didn't even know they had music. I think the last time I really like paid attention to an album was unfortunately the 2005 album, which was just the greatest hits one. Okay. Take this, add to queue. Sorry, to idle. We will play them. I love Limp Bizkit. We got Hype Train? We got a Hype Train, boys. Got a fucking Hype Train. But it's still making music. I don't know why my brain was like Fred from fucking Harry Potter. Hi, Fire. Gifted me. Oh, Claire Obscure. Playing that today. How are you liking it so far? I still need to play that game. I still need to buy it, but there's other games that have been coming out, so I'm like, okay, I haven't bought it yet because I've been needing to finish other stuff. Stir fry? Fuck yeah. Hi, Kai. I love you very much. Makes fun songs? Man, I haven't heard that name in a long time. Local rock station over the weekend? I stopped listening to the radio because I listen to my Spotify when I drive. But that's fair. Sorry, I locked into the lyrics for there for a second. They're obscure. Expedition 30. Is it 33? Nickelback, maybe. I do love Nickelback. There's like a little family reunion there today. It's not the easiest game, though. That's fair. It seems really fun. I do really want to play it eventually. I don't know if I'll play it on stream, but I really do want to play it one day. I really want to play more horror games, but like my stupid freaking schedule for work does not allow me. And yes, I could stream more. Ooh, Kai, you'll be happy about this because I made a TikTok. I think, should I post it today? Or should I post it tomorrow? I might post it tomorrow since I don't stream. But it's repo. It's the repo stream. It is the repo stream. It's good memories. Now? Okay. I mean, I can post it now. I miss, look at this graph. EP schedule for work? My EP schedule from work is fucked up too. Which is so funny because leader was saying like, yeah, I'm gonna get up every morning to go have breakfast at the hotel for TwitchCon. Perfectly fine, nothing wrong with that. That requires me waking up earlier than what I normally do now, which is I still normally wake up at that time because I have an alarm that goes off, but I usually fall back asleep again because I'm still really tired because I worked late. So that's gonna be really funny to do that this weekend, to try to wake up early. Takes a long while to feel down the combat, but it happens. That's fair, Steve, and that sounds about right with that. Especially like I'm not used to that type of combat too, so that's gonna take me a little bit to get used to it too. Oh, it's so sweet seeing everybody talk. Give people keys and such and tell them pool is closed. No, I do not. That is not my job. That is not what I do. This weekend, I'll just be staying at a hotel because it's TwitchCon, so I'm going down to San Diego. I'm so glad it's back down in San Diego and not Vegas, because I just don't think Vegas was a good place for TwitchCon. So there's that. You cook all yummies? I wish I was chef. I'm not Jeff. Terrible at... Oh, dude, I'm fucking terrible at parrying anything. Not even just that game. One, because I haven't played it, but two, any game. God. I got better at it in Resident Evil 4. Because I actually took the time to focus and, like, actually parry. Otherwise, bro, I'm fucking shit. TwitchCon? If I had money, I'd go see you. Hey, that's fair. Dude, so much money. Oh my god. Like, oh dear, no worries. No worries. I will get to meet everybody eventually. It's American TwitchCon? Yeah. American TwitchCon is this coming weekend. It is so much. It's kind of crazy. Make room smell like flowers? That'd be crazy if I did that. I unfortunately did not. I work with costumes. The games just rely on dodging. Me too. I just dodge. I just keep on dodging. That's all I did in Elden Ring too. I think I got a couple of parries in there and the critical hits in Elden Ring, but like, did I do it on purpose? No, it happened by accident. The rest of the time I was just rolling around. Don't crush the person first. You're real for that. For dodging to parrying. Yeah, I agree. Next door. Oh, that's nice. I mean, that's like this. San Diego's probably like hour and a half, 2 hours away, which is really close. My work is about an hour away. That's crazy to say. My work is only about like, honestly, it's really about 40, 50 minutes away. But so it's not that far. Just realized. You just realized what? Could go to the beach after work? Yeah, where I work, yeah. In theory, I could also go to the mountains after work, too. And the desert. That really depends on the time that I work. Because I work closing a lot of the time. Hi, Coco! How are you, Coco? On Perry on Claire? Ooh. Okay, but he's good. Psych Build is my preferred playstyle. That's why I dislike Sekiro. Okay, that's fair. I really want to play that, but like I said, I'm bad at parrying. I don't think that's the type of game I should play. Beach volleyball? I love beach volleyball. That shit hurts though. That's a leg workout. I do water. You so real for that. We do love water. I do love me some water. Souls games go on sale. Luckily for me, I have like all the Souls games now because I have it in our family share, which is great. I didn't have to buy them. It's worth it. $10 is worth it. You're right. I always wanted to do volleyball. We weren't allowed. Oh, why weren't you allowed? I know you have your back that I gotta straighten your back out, Kai. But like, have you considered Beastie Ball? I want to play Beastie Ball. Each water may pull you out into the sea. Riptide? Fair, but we don't have too many riptides at our... Okay, the beach that I normally go to, there's riptides, but not like... It's not like the biggest problem there, but we do have sections where it is a big problem. But also, our water is very disgusting and gross, so I don't really want to go in it, truth be told. Our friends don't have? Oh, rip to friends. Loud because we have a shitty school who would not... Ew, why would they let you play sports? Volleyball's so easy too, and it's inexpensive, I feel like. Do you have a soul? Me? Why would I have soul? Who plays volleyball? I do love volleyball. I didn't get my trophy for volleyball because I didn't play it my last year in junior high. But I got my basketball and cheerleading one. I have ukulele. Not the ukulele. Does it make us problem? What about sharks? We don't have too many issues with sharks. When we have sharks, it's kind of like the, what's going on? We do get dolphins. Hi, Goober. Stand. How are you, Goober? Fight for a week straight to let's do basketball? That's crazy. I love basketball. I was just talking to my friend about basketball. I do kind of miss it. Do. Dear, I must go. Do not worry, oh dear. We love you very much. Please take care. We're always a message away in Discord, just so you know. I give you mwah. I love you. Please take care well. Okay, oh dear. Can I have shark? You can have shark if you want. I do love sharks. One shark. What type of shark would you want? Dolphins? Yes, we do have dolphins. Number go up. Number go. Oh, damn, you're on 75? I hit you guys with my headphone. That's crazy. I need to move this. Oh, I just hit my controller. I don't like how I sound with the microphone. I don't like how I sound. The microphone is just good quality. And so I'm like, damn, I hear myself now. We have seals. Ooh, we have sea, I believe. Okay, I had to figure out what to do. Yeah, okay, I was right. We have sea lions. We get sea lions on our beach. We have specifically a California sea lion, apparently. But we do get sea lions. We get sea lions. We get some whales sometimes. Sometimes with the whales, you go out on the boats to see them a little further out. Lions on the beach. We got lions on the beach. The lion does not concern himself with anything on the beach. Dislike dolphins? That's real as fuck. I agree, Duck. I do like seeing the dolphins like jump, and it's really funny watching that go. And people are like, "Oh my god, it's a shark!" I'm like, "No, that's a dolphin." Live in danger. The crabs fight the lions. I don't know if we have. We do have. I used to go to a beach in San Diego where I used to camp on, because there was a youth camp there, and so we used to go for Girl Scouts. They used to have, well, they still do, but it's really just like depending on the weather and depending on the season. They have stingray issues there. Never have had stuff happen, but they do occasionally get stingrays on the beach, and they have jellyfish. But the jellyfish is when they wash up when they're dead. But it was a really big issue one year. It was kind of weird. Clumpy claws, you're right. Fact about our coast, we have a tram line that covers our entire coastline. It's the longest tram line in the world. Ooh, that's like ours. We don't have a tram, but we have, let me see what the, coast of California. We have a highway, the Pacific Coast Highway, that goes along the entire coastline of California. It is a really beautiful drive. It is also really terrifying because at some points you're on the cliffs and it's very windy, so it is very scary. I think I only do certain parts of it because no thank you. But we have that, but ours is just road. But it's still really pretty. It's really pretty going on the coastline. Well, Long Beach too? Mine's smaller. Long Beach. We have almost literal Long Beach. Man, I feel it in my lungs. Did I take medicine? That's NyQuil. I can't take NyQuil. I took NyQuil the other day and I didn't get sleepy at all. And then I was like, what the hell? I want a refund. I feel scammed. I wanted to sleep. I wasn't feeling well. I wanted to sleep, and then sleep never happened. Sleep eventually happened, but it didn't happen as fast as it should when I take NyQuil. Why is there fluff in this? Ooh, I need to take these charms off. We're gonna take these charms off. My poor, oh my god, my lucky cat is like a mess. He is dirty. I might actually wipe him down. Okay. My phone is charmless. It's quite shocking. My lucky cat will sit right there. I want to switch out my charms for TwitchCon. I don't know what to put though. I was doing random shit in Discord. Why you be like that? This person is 29 too. Ancient. It be that way. No. I love Odear so much. Oh. Resident Evil. Oh my god. I haven't watched SpongeBob in so long. I saw this, it would be an edit of Mass Effect. It was so pretty. Like, it was, what song was it to? Oh no, I'm gonna have to find it again and I'm gonna post it in the Discord because I saw it and I was like, man, I want to play Mass Effect again. Driven off the California coast at sunset? No, I have not. Ooh, top down listening to synthwave. Oh, synthwave with a sunset on that coast? That'd be immaculate. I have not though. My friend used to live off of that highway, but because she lived near the coast. But I've only been on that coastline a couple of times. It is quite scary. I don't actually prefer it. I did stay on a hotel that was on that coastline, but because we were coming down from San Francisco one time, so then we stopped there. Do you have the space? I do have the space. Did I re-download it? No, I didn't. There were certain things that I had immediately downloaded once I got new space. One of those was the Master Chief Collection. And then Elder Scrolls Oblivion remastered. That doc by me. I died at the beach. We didn't play that someday. I feel like I'm not celebrating Halloween to its primest, you know? To its ultimate prime, to its Optimus Prime. It was in all caps, as it should be in all caps. Because it's Mass Effect. It's weird to say, but I feel pretty nervous for my birthday. I was talking with Quiet yesterday, and all my friends are making such a big deal of this. And celebrate. Oh, okay, that's fair though, Kai. It's fair to be overwhelmed. You just have a good friend group now, a good support system, and we all love you very much, and we want to celebrate you. I will say, Kai, it was really funny seeing it. You realize in the Discord, it's just like Kai's birthday's coming up, and it's like, no. The fucking gif of wait, really got me. I do hope you have a good birthday this year. I think we can do something. If not, it's called French Slop. French Slop, when you just play slop games with friends. I can see. I might stream more that week. I don't know. We'll see. Because that's after I get back from TwitchCon. So we'll see. Yes, Kai's birthday is coming up. Who is this band? This band that I'm listening to right now? Moe. Well, it's two groups. No, it's Moe Shop. There's another song I have by Moe Shop that is a collaboration with somebody else. I love Moe Shop. This is Love Taste. Celebrate yourself? You pay your friends well. Exactly, Coco. Oh, we see how to get. Yeah. Wait, you were gone for a while. You came back, Kevin. Welcome back. Try a soundtrack on it. PCH? Yeah. It'll double take hearing MCC. Fair enough. Hi, Cooper. Oh my god. Or other Kev. What did other Kev say? You were gone for a while, though. You weren't saying stuff, and then you're back. So I got excited. Oh. The O was to... where was this? Nope, that's... Why is the guard chomping? Where the hell was this? Was it? Oh, here it is. Yeah. No way of stopping them. Kev not wrong though. He had no way to. Hi, Car. How are you, Car? Do you have work today? You're up very early. Hello, princess. Second or two, I thought it was ICP. Ooh, French Shop? No. We used to call it multiplayer games. Yeah, but French Shop is specifically the stupid ones. He. Cheers, shirt say. Let's make a slasher movie. It's Ghostface. I have Ghostface on my shirt. It says something else at the bottom, but I don't remember. Shift from hell. Oh no, how was your shift yesterday? Kev really did pull the stop bullying. No emphasis, nothing. Marvel Rouse, so I'll be in and out. That's fair, Kevin. How have you been liking Daredevil? Have you tried out Daredevil, Kevin? I need to play. I haven't played since Daredevil came out. Left early, left me with a bunch of tasks to finish before closing. That's gross. Knowing too, because I used to be a key holder, so I was in charge of counting money, doing other stuff. That's crazy. I had a coworker one time, and as I was like a 19-year-old closing the store, this guy left me alone in the store to close, which was crazy. DD has a synergy with... Does DD have synergy with Punisher? Sorry. I know you meant Daredevil, but I said DD twice because I'm like, my cat? My cat? My cat? I was just like, not my cat, not my cat, not my cat. That's actually a good question. I haven't opened it up since. I know he's only slightly blind. I wish he was just fully blind. Try out Daredevil? Nice for myself. Hell yeah. Tell us how it goes. I've not tried him out at all. I've only seen pictures. I am excited who voices him. It's my sweet baby boy, Alex Lee. Double D. Yes, please. Hell yeah. Hi, Games. Why, yes. That's literally who I have on my shirt, Games. What does it say at the bottom? I think it just probably says Ghostface. Yeah, it just says Ghostface. This shirt is a medium, so it's slightly bigger, but it still works better than the Witchcraft one that I have. Because that one's a large. Because I thought it would work, but unfortunately with unisex shirts, they're very hard to get right when you want them oversized. I don't really want this. I kind of want this song. Medium, exactly. I really need to cough. Sorry, you guys hear that extra loud. Richard, not the bad Richard Nixon. No. The butcher vanity. I feel it in my throat. I need to get better though. Dude, I don't know what I'm wearing to TwitchCon. I'm so used to going to conventions where if I'm staying there, I bring some normal clothes, but for the most part I'm cosplaying, so I don't really have to think about what I'm wearing because I'm like, okay, well I have this costume and this costume. I just need to bring maybe a pair of pants or shorts and a t-shirt and then pajamas. Those are the only normal things that I bring. I know exactly what you're about to fucking say, Doc. Anyways, I'm bringing my nice pants that I just bought, but I need a couple of outfits. One, because it's 3 days. But I'm so indecisive about clothing. And I'm not staying at home, because that would be a god-awful drive every single day. I don't know what the frick I'm gonna... Oh my god. That's what I'm gonna be doing today and tomorrow is figuring out what the freak to bring. Also, wait, as a consensus, Turnip said post it. Should I post my TikTok right now? I totally could. I just completely forgot about that. I asked that and then I completely fucking forgot. I need to edit the other one. And then I think I was gonna edit a Silent Hill one. I don't know. I could probably do one for, No, I'm Not Human. Also, it's gonna be cold though, so I'm so excited. Down, 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 down. My hand hurts. Sorry. My hand is healing very well. You can't eat. Well, okay. You can. Yeah, you for sure can see where the slice is on. Sloop. I freeze like iceberg? Oh no, Car, wear layers. Sexual vampire fit? Pom pom shirt? Pom pom! Then the fit, minus some weird stuff, like the wrist stuff, of your Miss Joke. That's crazy to bring Miss Joke to TwitchCon. That's a crazy collection of outfits. That is a crazy collection. Wait, you want me to bring a vampire? You want me to be Pom Pom basically one day? And then just fucking bring out casual Miss Joke. And by casual, just her clothing and not any accessories. I need to throw out those shoes. Her shoes are wrecked. They're fake leather. Dude, I broke a nail. It's this one. I'm not flipping you guys off actually for once. How did I break it? I reached for my pillow, hit the wood frame of one of my pictures over there. Just like a little tung, and it just went tung. It broke so fast. I don't want this one. I don't want that one. I don't want that one. I'll do this one. The next one's Killer on Demand. Killing on Demand. I love that one. I might bring Pom Pom. Did I wash my Pom Pom shirt? I think I did. I know I gotta look pretty. I don't. I want to be comfy. But the pants that I'm bringing, great. Casual joke, bisexual. Sorry, the casual joke just makes it so much more funnier. It just sounds like I'm the joke. I'm the joke. Me. Vampire blouse. Pom Pom shirt. I have a better bisexual vampire blouse. I have a perfect like vampire pirate blouse that I have not worn at all. Pom Pom shirt because it looks cozy. It is quite cozy. That shirt is quite cozy. I do love that one. I have some other shirts. I'm just debating if I want to. The biggest debate is, do I wear t-shirts or my actual shirts? That's my biggest grievous. You were for Halloween last year? The one that I had for last year for Halloween, hold on, was another dress that was underneath. Ooh, I love Tori. Ooh, what's all this? I love my friend's cat. I love my friend's cat so much. I'm immediately distracted. Somebody should not allow me to freaking open up anything on my computer. I immediately was like, "Oh, pictures." When you were playing Quiet Place, hell, that was it. Yeah, that was a year ago. No, so that is my Renfair outfit actually. That's usually my pirate fit. It is 2 dresses, so that shit is hefty. Because the underneath dress is just like a normal sundress, light material, but like it's an actual dress. And then the one on top is a super hefty dress because that shit is 1, 2, 3. It is a stretchy. It's a stretchy fabric, but it is velvet. So she has trouble not staying up. She has trouble staying up because she's so heavy. So there's that. So my friends this weekend, they got a new cat. Oh my god. I love cats. Coco, demand pictures from them and post it. Collect pictures. Collect pictures of the cat. That's so cute. I love when people get new cats because then it's the kitten. They're in kitten form and I'm like, oh, you're so cute and small. Even when they're bigger, I'm still just like, you're so cute and small. It was pretty cracked. The map looks like sonar and the sky is blacked out to represent you being blind. Once you combo, oh, it's a hummingbird. That's just you can go toe-to-toe with an iron fist. I will never be going toe-to-toe with an iron fist. But nice to know the possibility is there. Able to go 9 and 1? Okay, that's not bad. If it fell down, joke's on you, because if it falls down, there's just another dress. There's just another dress under the dress. Is that my best friend, Mr. Brothersworth picture I posted on Discord? I was like, oh my god, am I hungry? Why am I hungry? I fucking wonder why. I wonder why. I didn't eat. I'm stupid. Okay. Can it be meow 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 meow? I want this song. This song's great. I gotta think of an outfit for. Let's see. What does my schedule go up to? Okay, so this Friday I'll know about the week of Halloween. I feel like I didn't celebrate Halloween this year. Like, Halloween is still happening, but like, I think because I always make it a big deal for me of playing a lot of horror games, and I feel like I have not like reached my max. You know what that means? We play horror until the end of the year, until I get my fill. Except for Stardew, we bring Stardew. We have Community Farm. Oh yeah. Community Day on Wednesday. I don't know what we're gonna do because I don't know how many people we'll have, but I would be down for little Beepo. I technically gonna open up Outlast Trials and let people in, That's selected because that's only a select few who can. Deadlock. Deadlock. Force some people to play Backrooms with me. I love the Backrooms. View your film? Uh-huh. Oh, I have not, Kevin. I really needed to watch it when it first was coming out, but I never did. Has to be at horror for the rest of the year. Can recommend the Christmas. Ooh, I didn't even think about that possibility, Steve. Christmas themed horror. I like the sound of that. Or just film more horror. I really do want to record out of streaming, just because I know my computer can't handle streaming and recording. But I'm very intrigued about Christmas horror. Crimson Snow. Get in line, damn. Yeah, you know, okay, that's fair, Kevin. That's fair. You are allowed to say that. I want to play Yap Yap. Sorry. Is that Yap Yap free? It doesn't have any price. Oh, it is. Add to library. Yap Yap looks so freaking cute. It's just a little wizard game. Literally pointless. What was I typing? Oh, this song makes me so sad. Oh, what the hell? Oh, this is like this type of horror game. This shit scares me. These horror games scare me. They have the stupidest, not the stupidest jump scares, but they have the jump scares where they still get me, and I'm like, that's just rude. I'm doing well, Car. I'm fighting off a sickness so that I can be better by Thursday. Honest fine, but nothing amazing. Okay. Cthulhu Saves Christmas, perhaps. Well, that's a game if I've ever heard one. I miss Friday Horror Days. Takes place around Christmas. Don't remember for sure. That's fair. We could just play Phasmo for Christmas too, and not Last Trials. We do need to pick up a normal game. And by that normal game, probably will be Kingdom Hearts. And by that, we'll be starting with the second one. I think. I think we're starting on the second one. I don't know. Kev has a list. Kev has it broken down. Kingdom Hearts, I may actually take breaks in between the games. Because holy shit, there's so many of them and they take me so long to get through. I'm gonna cut the line. Find me. Damn. Line cutter. Cutting in line. Hi, God. Good morning. Says having nothing but horror games recently. Okay, but like, I miss my Friday streams. Yeah, Mass Effect. True, we do have Mass Effect. Hello. Oh, one of my managers last night was very happy because I walked in and he was already in there talking and he greeted me and I greeted him back with the honestly, I didn't even greet him back with like a British accent. It was just the hello. And I guess the way I was responding was mimicking how he was, and he was like, "Thank you." He was like, "Thank you for keeping the bit." Basically, I was like, "I got you." He also saw me struggle trying to push a little stool, and he was like, "I saw it." I was like, "It didn't move at all." I tried to kick it to move it. It didn't go. It didn't move at all. Oh, hello, Kingdom Hearts. From you is a tweet. A will Kingdom Hearts. We will get a little bit of a Kingdom Hearts soon. I don't know. I gotta talk to Kev. I gotta figure out where he wants me to start in that series because I refuse to play the first one again. I refuse. Not because the whole game is agony. It's because of that one last part where I have to go through that essentially ring fighting. The Colosseum. Not the actual Colosseum. But just the continue fighting over and over and over again. And the fact that Maleficent has 2 faces? I didn't know this was Elden Ring. This isn't a Souls game. This is a kids game. And I struggled a lot. So I'm like, I refuse. Eat Monster is currently trying to take me back under. Don't do it, Car. Don't do it, Car. Car, are you free Wednesday? Are you and Gar free Wednesday? Would you like to play Beepo? September 7th is a Christmas horror game, I believe. Ooh. I'm gonna have to... I need to make a poll for something. Oh, emotes. That's what I need to do. Drop series lost. Stay in mind. That's real. Yeah, it did lose its mind. What's the best and worst Kingdom Hearts? Ooh, I don't know, because I've never played all of them. I've only played the first one. Even as a kid, I only played the first one. I do love Aqua, though, from Kingdom Hearts. I have her whole fucking Keyblade. I made it. Replay feature, direct work for me. I can take Maleficent. Fair enough. Final Fantasy Tactics? Final Fantasy Final... What the frick are you talking about? You're free Wednesday. You want to play games with us? I mean, at the end of the day, if we do decide, we can just still farm. We are still allowed to just farm on Wednesday. Final Fantasy Tactics. Oh. I don't know why that really scared me. I stopped breathing for a second when that went off, Gar. Shall try to awaken. Yes. Yes, Kai. It's community games on Wednesday. If we so decided, we can just play farm. That's completely fine. That's community game. I love Deadlock, Gar. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on Deadlock. I fucking love Deadlock. The fucking voice lines in between the characters. I fucking love Deadlock. Fucking love Deadlock. Ooh, trivia hosting tomorrow. That's exciting. I'm so happy for you, Car. I'm so happy for you. The girls in Kingdom Hearts are way better characters, more likable. Yeah. Oh, I love Kyrie, but I love Aqua. Aqua is one of my favorites. I love her. Yeah, it's a great story. Interesting. I know which one. I looked it up, but like I do remember that cover. Never have even looked into playing that one. Like that. Can I play it? What games do I need to buy? I don't know. So, because it also matters, Car is free. Gar, are you free on Wednesday? All the... Dude, fucking Lash. I fucking love that bitch. He's such a condescending bitch. I love him. But I fucking hate that bitch because he scares the shit out of me. Because most of the time, I don't know what I'm doing. Or I'm playing a squishy character. And it's just... William Dafoe meme, just the... looking up. I just see him up there. I'm like, I'm gonna die. Doing free on Wednesday? Yeah, I don't question how I just said that sentence. I know what I said, and I know what you said. 73, I'm being Bebop. Dude, there was a time that I almost got snatched by Bebop, and the hand for Bebop literally went like, it didn't get me though. I was a centimeter away from its grasp, but I just saw that thing come into my camera. I was like, Bebop scare me simply because of that. That's a whole jump scare. Sonic Kingdom Hearts. Starman, you got it. I don't know why I looked up like that. You don't got it. You don't got it, Doc. I spelled it so wrong. Is it that one? I believe it's this one. Yes. Yes, it's that one. Okay. And do my show, guy. Hi there. Where the frick are you? Okay. 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 Shaylin, I love you. This is really confusing listening to people.
Bebop belongs in a scrap pile, and Lash was relevant for like 20 minutes 3 years ago. I'll kick both their asses.
I'm processing this song. Hi, Shaylin, I love you. Depending on what horror games, I need a hot second to buy and download it. Is what I asked. No, that's completely fair, Kai. We could just do repo. We can leave it up to Wednesday either being repo or community farm. And then if we do another one, then we can decide. Because I like backroom games. I think for the most part, you should be fine with backrooms games. I know there's a couple that probably is like, nah, okay. But I think repo should be fine. Ooh, you can't, yeah. I think the other ones that I like to play, you can't. Because there are somewhat dog form. And I don't want you to go near that. Peak doesn't work for you, and that's fine. That's not horror. It would just probably be another form of a backrooms game, but I would have to go through them. So we can just leave it up to Repo or Community Farm. Also, Shaylin, I hope you find it. Okay, Gar, Lash is scary to me. I play Paige or Holiday, where I can get one shot so easily because these bitches just, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, but I don't know what I'm doing. But as a little mage with her book walking around and just seeing that and getting snatched up, horrifying. Horrifying. Even if I lived through that experience, it's horrifying because sometimes I get thrown right back into all of the enemies and I'm like, this was not according to plan. Angry, I throw lore. Responding to, you know, that's real. That's real, Gar. Run on to Deadlock. I fucking love Deadlock. I gotta play Deadlock with you sometime. I have been trying out Haze, and I fucking hate Haze. Oh, hey, Jordy. About to leave the house? Yeah. I was about to go off about Haze. I don't remember what fucking chair this is. I can DM you what the chair is. Did that just say tits? Fuck yeah. Hold on. It had a funny name. This chair had a funny name because I made fun of it. It's not the Hiromi. It had a funny fucking name, and I don't remember it. Go off on Haze. I fucking hate Haze, but I did really enjoy playing Haze because it was really simple. And that's why I fucking hate Haze, because I hate playing Holiday, and I'm having to aim, shoot, hit my shots, and then Haze just comes in and just goes, and I'm like, Calamity. Calamity. Stupid easy. I love it. I love it, but I hate it. I hate it for me. Oh my god, I don't remember what this... Do you say what your... Does my chair say its name on it? BOP, if built correctly? Oh, why, yes. Niche builds are disgusting? Oh, why, yes. If there's anything I learned from, what am I listening to? Lesbian Vampires from Outer Space. Okay. Oh, I really want to play Ivy. I just have not been able to play Ivy. Like, I just haven't gotten Ivy. Good Smile. Still haven't gotten my figure from Good Smile. This is about the time that I bought my chair. Chair. Meow, meow, meow. We're on the chair search. That's gamer subs. Dude, I'm still so upset about that. I'm still, yeah. Habada. It's a Habada. Habada ergonomic. Habada. Sorry, the name was so funny when I... Hey, Habada, where's your... Habada. Dracula? Okay. Oh, they changed their website. Is this the one that I got? No, this isn't the one I got. I'm shaking my leg because I got so, like, locked in. I think this is the one. Habada. I'm gonna send you the link, Jordy. There are things that I don't like about this chair. For short naps. I don't even think this is the one that I have. Let me see. Which one? Which one of y'all fuckers is the one I got? I think I got this one. Yeah, this is the one I got. Copy. Habada. Discord. Habada. There you go. Habada. Okay, I need to look at that later. Habada. Oh, Dracula. Habada. Dracula. I fucking hate Haze, though. Fucking hate Haze. I do want to play, I forget his name, the flame guy. He shoots fire, like he's from his little finky. There we go, this one. I can't take lesbian vampires. Furnace, yeah. Because I love his one line from with Viscus. I also want to play Viscus because I like Viscus. Viscus is so cute. But his one line where Viscus asks about like the tie, and Viscus basically responds with, I should get a tie. Because he's just like, you dress good to feel good. And Viscus said, I'm gonna get myself a tie. He's like, damn right you should. And I fucking love that line. I fucking love that. So I think I'm gonna put in Furnace. I just need to learn the items better. Because I explained it to Jordy. I'm like, I can play League and easily switch around characters because I know what items are good for what. So I can switch around characters knowing this character's more magic based, this character's more damage based. Because I know the items. I don't know the goddamn items in this game, so I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Habada. Dictionary warm. Oh, haba. Yeah. Habada. Badika. Degaba. Habada. Just, we should email Jason, hey, add this to your list. Habada. Habada. Anyways, it is coming up to the time of the gaming. I might go get more coffee, or we make Gigi Seps. I don't know, boys. We got choices. Do we have any other roles? I do not know. Okay, first up is Turnip. Turnip, if you are here, I'm gonna do your role. Turnip's doing great. Turnip like 13. Thank you, goodbye, Yuri. Tell wife I love her. Tell her I love her. Okay, goodbye. Kai. You got a 1917, and you did get a nat 1. So I hope your physical health is good. Mental health, I think you're doing great. Next up is Doc. 1912 and a 3. Sounds about right. Wait, I need to scroll. Okay. Car. You got an 18. You're doing great. Yeah, and I want to have physical. But I hope how are you feeling? Are you, like, out of sick-wise? Are you feeling better from your sickness? Because you're sick as fuck. Anyway, sorry. Pardon my actions there. Yeah! Yes, you're doing amazing, Car. I'm gonna add this to Halloween playlist. I always listen to Halloween music too late in the Halloween season. And then I'm like, man, I want to celebrate Halloween. Halloween's past. So I need to actually listen to Halloween music. I didn't really decorate my house too much. We decorated the front room. My mom, okay, I was supposed to, and my mom ended up doing it. I want to go buy some more. But also, we're not in an area that we celebrate, like, trick-or-treating. Because I, like, live off of, like, not a dirt road, but essentially feels like a dirt road down a dark path. So nobody comes up here, as they shouldn't. Very dangerous. But that just means I don't get trick-or-treaters. No. Sorry, I don't want that song. Anyways, I think it is time to game. I'm probably gonna get maybe a little bit more coffee. I don't know. I feel it in my throat that it hurts. My lungs are exhausted. I need to take my medicine actually today. I had to stop last week to take some other medicines because I couldn't take Advil at the same time as taking this. So I just said, I'm gonna stop taking this and take Advil because my body was dying. Coffee time! I'm almost done with my coffee. I had specifically peppermint creamer today. I do have a pumpkin pie spice creamer as well. That one's quite delicious. I do like adding brown sugar to that. It tastes a lot better. Silent Hill F. Are you gonna change? Yes, it did. I love how the F looks. Stick to my tea. Oh, that actually kind of sounds like a good idea. That's that 10 times in his back. Car, I need a life update really quick from you. How is acting going? Have you done anything? It's until the break of dawn. I don't know why. I think because I suddenly was just like, I should check my backstage. I had an audition to do, but I didn't have time to do it. I didn't know where to do it. I overthought about filming it, and then I just didn't do it. And now I'm like, well, time to wait for another one. Which is very real. It's hard out here. Literally nothing. Real as fuck. Been too busy making smoothies. Those smoothies are really good. I do love juice it up smoothies. What? Okay. Here's another question for you, Car. What smoothies are better? Do you like the Jamba Juice smoothies better now? Or do you like juice it up smoothies better now? Because now you worked at both competitors. Wow, that's a red screen. But also mood. It's so hard balancing, like, working and trying to do auditions. Because then if you get an audition and you book it, then, okay, how am I going to take off time to go film that? Having a very dumb first world problem. Tell me your first world problem. We will help you through this, Shaylin. I don't know why I sat down very... Oh, God. I'm so glad I don't act this chaotic at work. That'd be fucking crazy. Person just quit and another person got fired. That's crazy with the fired. Quit? Real. Fired? Damn, what be going on? Oh. Sorry, the game's making a weird noise. It's just making a weird noise. That's... We can pause. Oh, that made TV noise. Also, I will not be changing it to English still, because I like the Japanese a lot better. Oh! The music was a lot louder than I expected. I like how Juiced Up has more options. A lot of stuff they sell. Jumpa, however, does have sweeter smoothies in my opinion. Okay. Okay, whoa there, game. We're just gonna turn it down while we're here. While we're here, we're gonna turn it down so I can hear my thoughts. That's interesting. I didn't realize they have sweeter smoothies. Juice It Up does have a lot more stuff. I do like, oh, I should go down and get a ginger shot. I love the ginger shots so much. Wheat shots? No, not so much. Yeah, that's just grass. Wheat. Place an Amazon order, and I need to pick up like $11 more of stuff so I can get the same day shipping. Oh, okay, I see where it's going. Because it's stuff that I definitely need delivered today. I'm sure there's something I need, I just can't think of it. Do you need like basic amenities again? Like, do you need vitamins at all, Shaylin? Do you need any toiletry stuff that even like you might be full of, but you could just buy a second one to like keep in stock? Do you want a blanket? You probably should get a blanket. You could buy a book. Don't buy a book. That's buy useful stuff. You need new coffee? You want more tea? What are useful trinkets around the house? What are useful things around the house? What's useful in this time? Do the cats need any toys? Good on vitamins? Okay. I'm not good on vitamins. I need to buy my vitamins. What we say? BB cold brew? Mocha has a chokehold on me? I don't know why my brain was like peanut butter cold brew. Not peanut butter. Not peanut butter. That's not peanut butter cold brew. Oh my god. The most exciting thing on Amazon? I'm so weak I had to buy accessibility tool to open jars. Oh no, same. I can't open jars. Cats have too many toys. That's so real. We just got another cat tree, but because we bought a smaller cat tree to give to my mom's cousin, and then we took her big cat tree here. Do you need any more coffee filters? Do you use coffee filters? And we have to buy my Halloween costume. What are you gonna be for Halloween? It is indeed peanut butter cold brew mocha smoothie. Oh, blessed be it is peanut butter. Like, I hoped it wasn't peanut butter in a sense of like, damn, am I just peanut butter coated right now? I'm not peanut butter coated. I was just right. My safety guy is racist towards white people. Interesting. Interesting, especially coming from a safety person. It's quite funny. Oh wow, the turns of tables. Do you need more bookmarks? No Halloween party to go to? Are you Raven for this year? Fuck yeah. Fuck it up, Shaylin. I have no Halloween party to go to either. Do I usually go? No. don't go to parties. Like I do, but I don't. Still mad I haven't been able to go to anybody's birthday parties. I've just missed 2 more. Oh yeah, oh you said that. Oh, that's gonna be so funny, Car. You need to get that, buy that. Did I change everything? I did. That's broken. I love when that's broken. Let's be alone together. Come to my house. We can be alone together and watch horror movies or Halloween movies. The depression hit of we're gonna be alone forever type shit. I'm gonna go get more coffee really quick. I turned up the game sound. Oh my god, I need to take out my aux. My aux are just too big for these headphones. I put them back in, but I realized that wasn't gonna work. Doc, you would have a little bit of a drive if you wanted to chill out over here. Bro, you're so far away. I'm gonna go get some more coffee or something to drink really quick. And then we will start the game. I'll get you Nessie. Hold on. Also, dude, I hurt my hip. My hip ligament is pinched. Dude, it fucking hurts to walk. I'll be right back. My mom took out the trash, but she didn't take me. Oh God, this is okay. What? Hurt her hip? I did hurt my hip. It's pinched. Oh my God, it's so cold. It's so warm in my room because of my computer. It's so cold everywhere else. Okay, I'm gonna hit continue. Let this load up. Let's go. Oh. I was was not loaded in. I was not loaded in properly. I love this game. It's not the first time it's done that. That's so funny to me. I freeze like iceberg. Dude, it's so freaking cold. The only reason, like, I had my window slightly cracked to let in some cold air. I didn't know where to look for a second. I looked at my fan. You guys are right there. But because my computer makes the room so warm. Okay, so we're going there now. So I think I need to go this way. I really want to see if I can get to her house. I don't think I can. Unless something opened up now. Because I have that, I have her key. But I think this is where we were with that long hallway where there was enemies. Actually, I think that was here. With the enemies. But I have her mailbox key. Also, box. I opened that. What did you broke? Fuck that bitch. She's mean. What's up with my family? How are they doing? We're trying to get to his house, but we're gonna go through here first. That's scary. But I think we can go this way. I don't exactly know where things connect. Let me see if I can pray. Do I have any faith to give? No, I am running out of some medical supplies, but it's fine. How is everybody enjoying the cold weather change? I know it's not going to last long for us here. So I want the white uniform now. Change it up. Is that where the enemies were? I don't exactly remember. But I know here we're going to get really cold tomorrow because we have the storm. And then I think we're going to get really warm again. I think this is where I ran away from the enemies. I won't lie. Oh, it is. It is like the other side of the hill. You can hear the static. I'm just not going to go by her. You know, we're just going to go this way. We're just going to go this way. Can I go down this path? That was the icky path before. I guess I should go all the way down there and see. I don't know which way to go. Ooh. I think the game's still loading a bit. Oh, someone crashed their car. Oh no. Their car. Hello? Catch up? Yeah, well, but that's their fault for leaving me. Is there anything over here? Is she dead? A farmer's story, son. You better read this and get through... Damn, get it through your thick head. Let me take you back to something that happened during the war. One day, some high and mighty military police from out of town got pissed drunk and decided to kick over a statue of Inari-sama, even spat on it. The next morning, all the policemen were found dead in a waterway, their corpses bloated and heavy as hell. They got carted off to the medical examiner's office so the coroner could look at them. You know that place a few minutes from us? I was one of the people that helped carry the bodies and wash them. I saw everything with my own two eyes. When the doctor put his... I don't know why I'm stuttering with speaking. I can't speak. I'm a fucking illiterate. When the doctor put his knife to their bellies and opened them up, the whole swamp of stomach... the whole swamp of stomach churning gunk came pouring out. And I don't mean their guts either. From neck to navel... Hell, even right up their asses, those bodies were stuffed with full of decomposing rats, birds, frogs, snakes, you name it. And the look of frozen terror on their face, I'll never forget. Anyway, moral of the story is that you better not ever disrespect an Nari-sama in any way, even if you're drunk. He said, anyway, don't do dumb shit. Don't fuck around and find out. I really love when it's the... Anyway. Watch yourself. I feel my flames go kink. What? God, don't... Hello? Well, there's somebody in this house. There's you. Oh. But you weren't my main concern of that noise. Can you see me? I say as she sees me. I don't think she saw me the first time. Okay. I don't remember how to play. Oh, go to the heavens. Is it dead? Oh, I killed it. Ow, I smacked my fucking keyboard. Your replacement oh, don't I have a sickle? Why, yes I do. I need to not run out of weapons. I think it's better if I don't fight a lot of them and try to just avoid and run. I am in oh, Jesus. That's exactly what I didn't want to do. She has such fast little times. I'm alive. Welcome. I love you, car. Don't leave me alone. Akira. Oh, hey, whoa. Hey, girly. That's, whoa, whoa. Ew, her toesies. Anyways, so remember how I said I shouldn't break the things? Well, I broke it. That was really gross. Bitch trying to make out. That's what I'm saying. That bitch trying to get freaky. She trying to get freaky with it, and I ain't about that. I don't want anything that she's selling. I'm just a sweet innocent girl. Leave me alone. I'm telling you, I trust the foxes. I trust the foxes. I think her sister got married off to the foxes.
I heard we're getting freaky.
Yeah, that bitch was getting freaky with it, B. Hi, me. I love you, B. Oh, sorry. That was my frames. They went down to 40. Don't ask why. I should check. Chocolate. I should check my settings really quick. Didn't I turn this down?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Didn't I turn these down last time? What? It's gonna freak out for 1 second and reload. Okay, that should be better. Oh my god, that's so many more frames. Okay. Why is this a common theme? Why do my games reset my settings? Hi, Kev! How are you? Look, we have Kevin and we have Kev today. Hey, Kev, you did an amazing job at stopping the bullying in my Discord. Stop bullying. I love it. Eat the frames. Hi, Quiet. How are you? I'm trying not to eat them, but they're eating them. They are eating them. Oh, I don't want to eat what you have, ma'am. I'm running. Hey, I ran into a dead end. Oh, you're really covered in flowers. Hey, so is there anything over here? There was nothing in this bin. Is there anything over here? No. Okay, girly, run. I'm gonna pull up my map really quick. Where the freak am I? Good. I am doing well. I forgot that I'm on. I forgot that I'm on camera. No, I looked up and I was scared by myself. Somebody was bullying. Okay, we're bullying with love, Shaylin. It's Kai's birthday coming up. Oh, I should hydrate normally. Oh, I have orange juice to drink. You're the hills? They're silent. They are silent. Listen to that. Nothing. It's our bullying with love. Yeah, I have orange juice. B told me to drink orange juice. Which then I remembered, oh, I do have orange juice. Yeah, I don't think I should pray right now. There's... I kinda choked there. Not gonna lie. So she's really after me? What the fuck is that? Okay. She's annoying, bitch. I hate her. You did. How is everybody else doing? Everybody else, day so far good? Day good, yes? Me, yes, good. Speaking of orange juice, tell me when people come to juice it up, they just, or, no, dude, they do that all the freaking time, and I'm like, what? What? I'm just like, you're coming over here to just buy orange juice? Just buy it yourself. What's that noise? Hey, I don't like that very much. What are those? What are those? Sorry. Did I come from those stairs? Ooh, what's this? Bill. Bill from floor. Yes, Bill's here. People at Juice It Up are quite absurd.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Is this where I came from? Yes, it did. Okay. That comes in once a week to buy orange juice, and I'm like, literally just get a juicer. I keep on forgetting I'm on camera. Why? Thank you. We'll be donating that to a great cause. So... do I go down that way, maybe? I'm like, so, where do I go? What, chatting? What the... Yes. Yes, I had to go back. I was like, what did Quiet say? Whoa! Okay. You... Oh. I think she's a liar. I think she's a scheming little liar. I can't trust her one bit. She did open that path for me, so I thank you, but I'm not trusting you anymore. I don't like that noise. She's leading me straight to... Oh, what the frick are you? Why is it jumping like a frog? Can it see me? Oh my god, it's like a dog. It's like a fucking dog. It's like a fucking dog. Oh my good heavens. How do I play this game again? Is it that button? Is it that button? Is that button? Oh my Jesus. What is this? I don't think I should. Oh, leave me alone. I'm gonna run out of stamina. Did I upgrade my stamina? I think I did. Yeah, it's a weird looking dog. Get your dog, he bite. No, he don't. Yes, he do. Hey, I didn't like that. Ow, my head. Hey, stop biting me. Hey, so... Oh, what the freak? Hey, girly, I need you to stop being stunned from everything and run up these stairs immediately. I don't like this. I'm in a corner. I'm in a corner. I'm in a corner. Hey, there's a box up there. There's a second one? I don't like him. I can handle her. Okay, he's dead. Okay. What the freak was that, bro? Can pile on a curly again. What the freak is this? A particularly suspicious monster that walks around on all fours. The greedily. His greed sickens me. The greasy palms, disgusting way it acts. Chummy with me? What does that mean? That never bothers it. Oh, all of it is completely repulsive. What's more, it never even bothers with guys, typically. Ew. That's a big gross. Anyways, antique, go. Oh, hold on. What's in my pockets? Wrong pockets. Equipment. Item. We are going to do this. Fuck. It's 6. There we go. Well, I drank something I wanted to sacrifice. Oh well, I did it before. Delegate's return? We're talking about safety guy? Yes, well, yes you were. Dude, I just ran into the most disgusting enemy. Also, I don't like that little tidbit that they gave about him because that's disgusting. It's matching the theme of this. Oh, I can just go through here. That girly. Hey, I don't like this. Oh, hello? Hello? I have a knife. What? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! I see quite open a bongo cat! What does she attack? Oh, whoa. Hey, leave me alone, girlie. Are you dead? Okay, she's dead. Kitchen knife is very useful. Do you remember the fucking stupid comedy skit of Kitchen Gun? That's what it feels like. So I have a knife. Good for you. It's bongo cat time, bongo cat. What do you have? A knife! No! Kitchen knife! My kitchen knife. Chocolate! I don't want to go in there. I'm so wary. I keep on forgetting I'm on camera because I'm just like, step back, girls. This calls for a real, show a man. The hot-blooded baseball samurai steps up to the plate. Hey, I talked to my friend about playing sports. Okay, so, like, collectively, everybody give me your opinions. I hate the small room. What do we think about the fox, man? What do we think about the fox guy? Because I'm still just like, I trust him. I trust him. I would. This place ain't looking too good. So what's the story here? Chi? That was such a sad fight. That's her friend. These are the characters. You know, we got me, Hinako. We got her mom. Nothing really. She hates her dad. He's kind of just a dick. This is her sister. Loved her, and then she got married.
Oh, you want my opinion? Are you sure? Well, since you asked. It's fucking Silent Hill. Why the fuck are you trusting anyone?
I mean, but I would trust Shu. Honestly, I would have trusted Sakuko? Somewhat, because she always said traitor. She always called her a traitor. But also, we definitely don't trust her after that. Shu, I would trust, though. He seems good. We do not trust Rinko. Fox Max. Mask. Wouldn't even trust my father. You know, fair enough. I would trust Shu, though. Shu seems trustworthy. But I don't know. Oh. Sorry. Did you? Hey. So I don't like that. What is that? What is that? That's a pile of ew. It's like the plague. Oh my god, that shit's vile. I hate how that looks on the floor. I'm gonna fucking throw up again. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I can't stay here long. Oh, it's a whole bunch. It's like probably this whole family that lived here. Ew. Ow. I don't know why I'm saying ow. It's not hurting me physically. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna leave. I think I'm just gonna leave. Hey, was that something shiny on the floor? Oh, which way am I going? Ew. Oh, that's so gross. They were saying, I trust you? Trust you? I would trust.
もう手遅れなの。どうしようもない。このままそう。何の役にも立たない。今はどう？俺もわからないよ。苦しんでる。このままにしておく。
What a bitch. That was Rinko telling him to... Shu, I would trust. Shu still has a good sense of mind. Hello? Oh my god, I'm running for my life. Where is she? They jump. Oh my god, she's up there. Shu wants to actively help me. Rinko just told him, hey, give up on her. Also, hi, Junior. Hi. Let me give you your little roll. 15? You got a 15. You're doing pretty good. I hope you've been well, Junior. For themselves? You know, fair enough. Fair enough, you're real for that. We ain't trusting Rinko. I can't believe... That's crazy to hear that. If I didn't walk that way, I wouldn't have heard that. Let me go see if there's anything there. Why is she so... She's so bitchy to poor Rinko. No, she's so bitchy to... Rinko's such a bitch. Can I use this way to go anyway? I think this is the way that we came from the start of the game, actually. Oh my god. 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 I'm hitting everything. Oh my god. I'm just fucking running. Okay, bye. I think that's the way I probably need to go. I'm just running. I'm just running. I don't know where I am. I don't know where the fuck I am. The girl who pushed down the steps? Yes, she is. Hi, Olivia. How are you? No, miss. I stopped by to bring you a smile on your face. Full and wonderful. You are a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good, wonderful day. I hope you are doing well, and I hope you have a good day. Is a roller rink feminine or Rinko masculine? That's so stupid, Junior. Hydrate. Thank you. Thank you, Quiet. Thank you. This game is so fucked. I want to try to beat it today. Enshrine. I guess I'm gonna keep my points because I should not gamba. I don't have any anymore. I think I want to increase that. Sanity would probably also be good, but yeah, make stupid jokes on occasion. On occasion you do, and on occasion they are really funny. Hello.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. Can I go that way? I wonder what's over there. I mean, I already explored and got the other stuff from over there, so I will just advance forward. Can I hit her?
シュウ君嘘ついてるよね。
知らねえよ。
騙せてると思う？ひなこを。
ひなこ、遅かったな。心配したぜ。
心配してなかったよ。相棒なら絶対に大丈夫って言ってた。
What the fuck does she mean by that?
そうか。ありがとう。
What the Maybe I'll let them both die. That's so mean. What was that? What's she mean by that? Oh, I don't like all the sounds of this. Let's get out of here. Oh, I don't like hearing that over there. Ah, I don't like hearing that. Where was that? Oh, why are you up there? Oh, yes, please chase after those two. Get those two bitches. Maybe I can't trust you because that puts a... Hey, so I'm gonna trust the fox mask guy. You know, he hasn't pushed me down the stairs. He hasn't...
Let's be on our way.
Lesbian. Can I go this way? I guess I do actually need to go that way. I wonder if there's anything over here. Oh, I wonder if I can... Ooh. I can't go that way now. I wonder if there's anything back up here. Ooh, a toolkit. No, I guess I can't go that way now. It does seem to be, blocked off. That's crazy. That's crazy looking.
ITS fucking Silent Hill. Why are you trusting anything other than the big iron on your hip?
Hey, God, you mean the metal pipe I have on my hip? Or I didn't. Oh, I didn't know I can scroll. I should have fucking assumed that. Put that kitchen knife away. Bring out that metal pipe. Does kitchen knife do more damage than pipe? Wee wee wee. Wee wee wee. Kitchen knife. You know, yeah, you're right. It is, in fact, a big piece of iron. Big piece of metal. Go get food? And watch my doggo. I hope doggo is doing well. Go have fun. Go have fun. Sorry. I don't know what I picked up there. Oh, hold on. Strange creature over there. Equipment? Items? What did I just... Oh, dried carcass. I see. Don't forget your dried carcasses. Don't forget. Oh. Oh, it's one of those. Okay. I hate the sound of them. Oh, it's you. And you're angry mode too? Ow! Hey, hey! Oh god, I'm bad at it. Oh, I dodged into that. Eat it. Okay. No, thank you. 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 If I sit in this corner, do you think he'll see me? Should be high damage, but very fragile. Okay. That would make sense. Okay, I think he fucked off. Let me see if I can pray. I don't know if I can pray. They're very close. I hate him. Those ones are so disgusting. Hey, have a dry carcass. Oh. Okay, so I have a lot. So next time I find one, I can upgrade my skills. That's a huge picture. Let's go this way. Chocolate. Can I go in here? No? Okay. Can I go in here? No? Okay. I wonder if I can later. I feel sick. Oh, that's just that blowing in the wind. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Let's go check out this building. What could go wrong? There's something on... Either am I dead? Oh! What's this? It's a bit early for the festival? Why are we taking note about the lantern? Evil warding lantern? Oh, that's why. Silhouette rotates inside the lantern due to the air current. Oh. Okay. So is this house protected? Is that why there's nothing here? I would love if that were to be the cause. That's kind of cool. I think the hunger has hit me. Jesus. I looked up and I feared for my life for a second.
やめてくれ。そんな話今はしたくない。
やめないよ。シュウ君がしっかりと現実を見るまでやめない。
だからやめてくれ。俺は。
なら言ってあげる。ひな子はね、死んだんだよ。ひな子は向こうの世界で楽しくやっているんだから。
相棒、遅かったな。さあ、行こうぜ。
What? I have a rumbling in my tummy that only hands can satisfy. What? Oh, that bridge is... What? What do you mean I'm dead? I don't like the sound of that. I mean, at least I didn't have a husband who killed me and then he ended up in... Oh, I don't like that. That's mimicking that. Oh, I don't like that. Middle school? I do hope you hung around this place. That's creepy. That's fucking creepy. There's normally a punishment for bad people. But like, what did she do? Or, where am I? Wait. Where is the school? Oh, the school's right there. But I'm like, what? What is... Oh! What do you mean I'm dead? That's a really small fence. Climb over it. You could climb over that fence. You could so climb over the fence. Is that why Rinko pushed us down, though? I mean, she probably doesn't like us, too. But, like... I mean, but she says that, but, like, why are we... my brain confusion. Too much think. I'll take it. A calm, nice classroom.
相棒も疲れただろう。休んでてくれ。俺は鍵を探してくる。
分かった。え、シュウ君が一緒じゃないと嫌だよ。
She's so weird. I still don't really like Rinko.
別 別に俺が一緒じゃなくても。
相棒も少し休め。鍵は私が探す。
そうだよ。シュウ君はずっと戦闘で頑張ってたんだから。
Bitch, I got pushed down a fuck.
この方が余裕あるって。
おい、そんな言い方をするなよ。
私は気にしない。二人とも休んでてくれ。
Rinko doesn't want to look at us. But Rinko, like, refuses to look at us. But also, I'm the only one with a disheveled uniform. I'm getting suspicious. About what? I don't know, but something is fishy here. I think she is a bad person. I believe, unfortunately, she got sucked into Silent Hill by accident, like the cop from the first second game. Okay, fair. I'm intrigued. Something with her sister, though, too. But that's also with the fox spirits, too, that are happening around here. Rinko is always asking whether Shu and I are an item. Tell her every time that we're not, but she never seems to buy it. Heard a rumor that Rinko was gossiping about me behind my back. I suppose love can tear even the closest friends. I don't know what to do. Oh, so they used to be close friends. Also, I'm extremely fucking hungry. Maybe I should get bread. Should I get bread? I say as I open up yogurt. This was my breakfast and I didn't eat it, okay? So Rinko's just like a bitch, bro. I just ate that like a fucking child. Just like holding the spoon like that. I should really get actual substance. Yogurt is fine. But have you ever thought about bread? You ever thought about bread cheese? Oh boy, what could go wrong in a school setting in a horror game? Well, I need to sneeze. Oh, how lovely. I need to sneeze. Oh god, I rolled back so fast. Great. The lights flickered. I suppose I should go towards the flickering lights. Oh. I don't know what the fucking noise was. Hello. Okay. So that's where we came from. So we can't go back out. We can't go back out, but that's where our ultimate goal is. I left them there. Okay, nothing's here. This is weird. I'm so suspicious about everything. What the hell is going on? Oh. Origami of rumors? Looks like someone heard my prayers to whichever god who answered them. Thank you? What does that mean? Origami? There's a cousin that said to get rid of your worries like magic, you write. Oh, you write grievances that you can't tell anyone on a piece of paper, fold it in the origami fox, and then throw it somewhere that no one else will find it. Happen to come across someone else's origami of grievance, you can put it to rest by reading it. No matter what's written on it, you have to keep the information to yourself and not tell a single soul. It's tradition, it's been down for ages. That's kind of cute. Personally, don't like to write bad things about people or read them for that matter. They say that you can put those complaints to rest by reading them, so I make an effort to read them out, but to be honest, I'd rather not pick them up when I see them. Interesting. I like how it's also a fox. That seems to be fox. That's why I'm like, I trust him. You're right. It's fucking Silent Hill. I shouldn't trust anybody, but like, I want to. Chat got sucked into Silent Hill. Hey, what's that loud popping noise? Oh, it's just Doc. Please, he can kill it. You're so real for that. We would trust you. Well, we wouldn't trust you, but we would trust you to get rid of the monsters. We would trust in knowing that you would go after them.
で一山当てた成金がわざわざここに学校を建てたって聞いたことがある。
Which dam of construction? Is that a dried carcass? Why, thank you. This me? It's silent? Yeah. I'm like, don't trust, but like, we trust. Wouldn't trust you to get out of Silent Hill and help us, but like, would that trusty information there? Would trust that information. Sounds about right. Okay, back to the scary place. Okay, it's stuck. Cool, thanks. I keep on hitting my keyboard. I need to move this yogurt. It's in my way. Hello? Can't open it. Okay. What are these? What? I heard multiple noises. I heard multiple noises. Thanks, Steel Pipe. I'll come back for you. It says, teacher journal, the vice principal is paranoid about his keys, that he always takes them with him wherever he goes. Whenever he... what the frick? Am I illiterate? Whenever he leaves. So it's kind of ironic that he lost his keys to the stairwell. He's looking for them frantically like a madman. He had the nerve to ask me to help find them, but I'm the one who needs help with the pile of paperwork I have. That's so real, girly pop. Let's just punch it open. Well, if it's just trust everyone is everyone, so no one can deceive you. So right, Kev, so right. Y'all tag along, giving y'all some side eyes. Hey, we all will walk 6 feet apart. Nothing bad can happen. All faculty. My mind. To prevent students from going to the second floor, please ensure corridor is locked at the end of the day. Patrol of the week, vice principal. Wait, ooh. I stole someone's goodies. Goodie stealer. I steal all their... What is that noise? I swear that's not my feet. Okay, that's the front of the school anyways. I swear that's not my feet. Isn't that where I was? But I look like I could go up. Oh. So I wasn't hearing my feet, is what I'm thinking. Hey, I'm not doing here. I want to go upstairs. Oh, I don't like locker room. Oh, bandage me like. I have locker trauma. Was I bullied into a locker? No. Do I hide in them in every game and get caught in them? Yeah. Oh. Okay. So we need to find his code. Is there anything here? No. Okay. Oh. Hey, I didn't realize this door. That was English. I didn't know what to say there. Buy as much of the mountain's land as you can. School founders. Okay. Borrow money if you must, for it will surely bring you goodwill. Shortly thereafter, the country commenced their dam construction plan, and the mountain Mr. Yonetta had purchased was indeed a bond. He spent every last yen he earned on his hometown. As a result of his generosity, as a middle school donated the Inari statue and housed it inside a small shrine seen at the school grounds. It's his way of saying thanks to the fox that blessed him. If that thing fucking moves... Oh, I thought something moved. Oh, I don't like this game right now. Please don't move. Can I smack it? What the... What? What's happening? Why did I hear noises? Can I smack that thing? Okay. Okay. I still look at, hey, it's a space thing. I don't like this. You've had your chance? What do you mean? What do you... Hey, so I think there's a monster out there. Steps out. It appears to me that is a big monster. That's the kid who bullies everybody on the playground. I'm like, this is my playground. That's who that is. I don't... Let me back in. Please, let me back in. Please. Please, F. Thank you. I wasn't gonna panic. Don't you dare move, kid. Oh, please, nothing scare me. I'm fragile. No good, won't budge. Hello? I shouldn't be saying hello into the dark corridors. Am I allowed to go upstairs? He screamed at me. Okay, no, I can't because I need the key. Yeah, without a key. Okay, so I need a key to go up there. I assume, that big bag boss might have a key or something. I couldn't even fucking react. I couldn't even react. I'm hearing footsteps everywhere. Okay. Well, let's go. Hey, don't look at me. What am I doing? Curly, I wanted to see. Don't let him come up here. Oh, Girly, we made a bad choice. Only my toes. I should be dead. Okay. We've beat him up before. Where'd he go? Oh, I lost him. I just spun. Oh, I can't just run around. I can't just run around. I have stamina, I forgot. I didn't really forget, I was just panicking. I dodged into it. Hey, don't turn around, little guy. I'm really bad at this game. Take a kitchen knife. Okay, don't take kitchen knife. Oh, what are you? What was that, sir? Ow, 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 oh god. I think I'm bad at this game. Oh. No! Please, no, I'm not. Bonk. Can I stun him? Oh, it's over. Okay. Search the ground, because I think he comes back alive. What is that? Oh my god. Curly, what are you doing over there? You're scary. Anything here? No. Okay, she's just running after me. Oh yeah. So he definitely comes back alive. He's not disappeared. Hey, what's this? How do I crouch? F. F. Chicken! Oh. That's not a chicken. Maybe I want bread. I don't know who this person is, but they just opened up Stardew. That was a funny name. I've always... Oh. I didn't read the first one, and I think I should go back. I've always despised her. She goes around pretending like she doesn't want to be a girl when she knows fully well she's so much cuter than everyone else. She makes me sick. I wonder who wrote that one. Custom. Okay. I remember Rinko folding up an origami all the time. I don't know if she was on them, but I saw her writing down things during class, folding paper into boxes multiple occasions. She kept writing her complaints on a piece of paper, but instead of burning them, she decided to throw them into the void and let them accumulate. I think that maybe one day all of these grievances will pile up and suffocate her. Ooh. Oh, hey, hummingbird. I don't think that's looking really good for her. Collectibles. Documents. Okay. Looks like someone heard my prayers. To whichever God who answered them, thank you. Oh, okay, so that's that one. Whoa! What's she doing there? Oh, I don't like that because a lot of time that was when we were going through Rinko. Did I tell you it's my day? Today's the day? What do you mean it's my day? I don't like that thing's there. That was not very fun. Oh, maybe I didn't want to read that one. I think that was Rinko's. Do you move? Are you there still? What the fuck?
You bastard!
Oh, you're real. Hydrate? I think I'm in a little bit distress. I will hydrate when I'm not surrounded by enemies. Where's he going? Hey, dude, can I go in there? Without you? Uh-huh. Oh my god. Oh my god, there was another fella in there. Hey, so girly pops. I want it. Oh my god. I want it in here really quick. Dried carcass. Wonderful gift. Oh, there's another one? I want this. Yeah, we got a sledgehammer. You did want to read it because you know the lore? Yeah, I know, but it's Silent Hill, and I know that's gonna affect me. While using focus, you remain. Or take a defense stance, so allow you to block. Focus gauge is full. Okay. There's so many things behind me right now. There's so many things behind me. She can calmly eat my yogurt. Oh, good heavens, she's gonna spit all over the place. Oh, he's gonna spit. Oh, the wombo combo. Hey, so I put myself in a sticky situation here. Wait. Hey, girly, I need you to pick up the pace. I can't go that way. What's right there? Oh. I didn't mean to find that. Well. Do I hear crying? I thought I heard crying for a second. Is this where? No, I was on the other side. There's a lot of pretty flowers here. Does anybody know what these flowers are? I don't. Sticky situation for you. I'm not gonna make fun of you. Oh, yeah, I shouldn't make fun of anybody. Is there anything over here? Oh, why does it sound like he can hit me here? Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna go back to where we need to go. Did you forget everything? Hey, girly, I don't like those mannequins that keep coming back and haunting us. Can I go through the main door? I don't think I want to. Just kidding, we're gonna continue running. Whoa, excuse me. Sorry, didn't mean to step on you. Girly, we just have to get through this. No, girly, you ran past it. Oh my god, and she's out of breath now. Hey, is that thing still there? Don't you dare move. Tears in my eyes. Rinko's a bitch. Damn. Okay, get your knife. Okay. So when we get outside... Don't touch me, please. I don't like those. Those are when we learned about Rinko's lore. Wait, which key did I find? Main building, second floor key? I thought it was that one. Stairwell on the second floor in the main building? Is this the main building? See, I have Sakuko's mailbox key, but I don't know how to get back there. Hey, so I'm just gonna run this way. And by run, I mean I'm gonna run. I'm scared of you. I don't. They're just standing there menacingly. Hello? Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disturb your piano session. Oh, toolkit. What's that?
これって
It
供え物
it auto-saved, I want you to know. I don't want to run. I'm scared of running. I'm very scared right now. Can't open it. Oh, look, the only... My old... Oh, of course it's her. Oh, okay.
何
Like, of course it's her old classroom. Ah, okay. Great. She should just disappear. I hope someone kills her or abducts her. I don't care. Just whatever gets Hinako out of my life once and for all. Right, meow? Ew. Thanks, Peter. I don't know. They really didn't need to name drop Hinako like that. Is that Rinko's handwriting? Sakuko says that if you put something as abstract as your feelings into words, even as a compliment, that will be enough to put your heart at rest. Complaint? Oh, not compliment. Well, I guess it works same way. Complaint. When you're feeling down, it's like having clothes scattered around your room, and when you write it into words, it's like folding them into nice and neat piles. It's basically like organizing your feelings and folding them away and put them to rest with Inari-sama. This is apparently the real magic behind the origami grievances. I wonder if the fox spirit said, you want her gone? Okay, we'll take her. That's devastating that that's Rinko's handwriting. She's out here? Still the best partner, right? Oh, this is devastating. Unopened envelope. Hinako isn't coming? Sorry for lying to you, but I thought I needed to get you alone to find out how you truly feel. Look into your heart and try opening this box with your true feelings? What? Do you remember that day when just the two of us went to the cafe? We talked about how it felt like we were delinquents since we were supposed to be going to school that day. But you know what? I didn't care what other people thought about us because as long as I could spend time with you, that's all I needed. We both ordered the same cake that day. Fucking love cake. And I can still remember how my heart almost burst out of my chest the moment the same words flowed from those lips. The sweet and tart fruit on the cake. The taste still lingers in my mouth like it was yesterday. Do you still remember the taste too? Oh.
間違えたかなんか違うな
Okay. I need to look at stuff before just pressing buttons. I sat here and behind me was Rinko. She used to give me the right answers. Hey. What's that little birdie? She has a little birdie charm on her desk. God, Rinko is some... That's a fucked up friend. That's a fucked up friend. Okay. Oh. Oh. I don't know what that means. Oh. Hold on. Rotate. Did I do something wrong? Yes, you did. Oh, it kept all my stuff. I don't like how those eyes look over there. I really don't want to do a puzzle right now. Because what are the... Whoa! I don't mean to do that. Collectibles. Oop. Wrong one. It's puzzle time. Rotate? I mean, the bananas rotate. Bananas rotate faster. I just think of the rotating mirror in the Conjuring film and the new one. It was so fucking funny. Sweet and tart fruit cake. Taste still lingers in my mouth. Do you still remember the taste too? So something about the cake. It's something about the cake. It's something about the cake. What if we just... Oh, that's the wrong button. Rotate. Maybe something off. Why, yes, something's off. Gee. Oh, secret box. Oh, it tells me right here all the stuff I need to know. Okay. I'm stupid. I'm very stupid. Sweet and tart fruit on the cake? I was talking about fruit on the cake? What the freak? No. Nope. V. Maybe it's only... Maybe I don't need... AR. Is there something there? Okay, I was like, maybe I don't need one from each one. My brain's like, I need one from each layer now. Posted banana rotate. Hell yeah. So you did remember? No, that was really easy to get in. I'm not gonna lie, Rinko. Well, that makes me feel very special. By the way, are you over Hinako now? I apologize if I sound blunt, but I want to make it clear that girl is dead. I know you're going through a rough time right now, and you must be in so much pain. But you know I can be there for you? Would you rather go through it yourself still? I can picture us slowly unfolding the pages of our hearts, talking about the small, mundane details of our day-to-day lives. By filling up one journal after another with our thoughts, I know we can make a fresh start, a blank page upon which we can write our new story of our life. Surely you can see it. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. If Hanako is dead, this is still very bitchy of Rinko. The fact that she's just like, are you over her yet? Like, I know she's dead, but like, are you over here? That's crazy to say, especially for someone who also was supposed to be her, like, close friend. Maybe we are dead. And this Silent Hill is not for us. It's for her friends. Oh, are we second stage of the box? Okay. I think that one works. That's a mountain. Did something wrong, frick. Not you.
反応なしか。
Nope. Okay, let me take away the origami. There we go. God. You liked And My Close Friend Is Dead? But are you over here? That bitch, yeah, that's crazy to ask. And it's also crazy to ask anybody, especially like grieving. Glad to hear. Oh boy. Oh boy, let's get it. I'm glad to hear that you're trying to stay positive. And remember, I'll always be here for you if you need anything. You know, you're not the only one who's sad because Nako's no longer with us. If the two of you, if the two of could huddle together. If the two of you could huddle together, we could soothe this pain that bites like cold winter. Is she saying that the two of them could huddle? And then surely spring will arrive, welcoming us with sakura in full bloom in celebration. To celebrate our union? Can you picture the beautiful blooming sakura awaiting us? Oh, she's really going for it. Oh my god, the boxes are stacking upon the boxes. I didn't even notice that. Oh, B. Oh. I don't really think that one. It might be that one too, but... That's a pretty one. Let me try one option. Oh, there, that's a cherry. Nope. Let's do just the flowers. Yay, bro. Oh, she thirsty. She thirsty. She's literally asking them like, if we slept together, you know, surely that would make us feel better. No. Oop. Pressing the wrong one. That's a pie. Okay, let me see the journal. What did she say? We can have a child and name it. She said, surely, we could just do that. We'll just name it after her. It's fine. I can't believe she says, like, I'm sad about her dying too. But you want to get together? I wonder if it's just those flowers. I'm gonna keep those ones. Yep. I don't think I actually hit the right one. I'm iffy about one of these pictures. Is there any more flower pictures? I mean, that looks like a flower, but like... I wonder if it's just the... I assume... Nope, none of those. I'm sad. Let's fight. That's what she said. Dude, that's what she's saying. That's luck. So, let's bring... What? How do I rotate? These are...
間違えたか。
Yes, I know, girly. I'm just getting out everything. We're gonna bring out all of the plant-related things. That's not plant-related, but you know, oops. Take me back. This circle. I'm fed up at the voice actor? Sure. So I will hydrate. Oh, I'll hydrate from earlier too, because I was in the boss fight. Well, stay hydrated. I can't breathe, dude. What buttons am I pressing?
なんか違うな。
She talked about the blossoms. I just had to figure out. I didn't know which one was which. I watched like 4 months of worth of laundry last night. I went to my dad's and I had to fold it all. You can do it. Fold the laundry. DC Douglas, who we all know voice actor Mr. Wesker, Legion. Yes, I love him so much. Oh. Wow. You guys can't even see it all. You can't. Hold on. Dear Shu, I like you. I love you. I always have. I always will. I'll be waiting to hear what you think about me. That's generic key. Thank you. Oh. Looks like Shu hasn't read this letter. Oh. Shu wasn't that smart. We were. Oh, hey, that wasn't there before. That looks like it's... It looks like it's Rinko and Shu's name, but then it's... Obviously, that is... me? That looks like it's Sakuko. Sakuko's out of... she's out of the picture. She folded you? Who folded? Damn! Oh. Who's talking to me? Oh, my sister.
どこ?
I
don't know if I trust her sister. Because I don't think that's her sister.
天秤にかける価値があるかどうかしっかりと判断しなさい
And there's flowers in here now. Pessimistic. Maybe she's just a little pessimistic. I forgot I have a fucking sledgehammer on me. Can I open this? Okay. Empty. Oh, I moved my yogurt, but now it's in the way again. I don't think I don't necessarily not. Yeah, unfortunately, girly, it has. It has made it this far. I don't think... I don't think her sister's bad, but I don't think it's good. Bandage? There we go. I was like, can I heal? I need to find that one student's desk. Oh. Well. Oh. Ayumi from the track and field club said she found a key with a key box written on it during practice. She still hasn't gotten back to you, and she probably left it in her locker when she went to change, to be honest. I'd be surprised if she forgot. She looked exhausted after practice. Sorry, don't add a little bit of a stalk there. Oh no. I need Rinko to like collect her complaints and be civil. Liar, 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 liar. I feel like we're seeing through Rinko's mind right now. I think she thinks we're a liar. Because even though I'm iffy about her actual sister. Oh. I think I'm gonna go sacrifice some things. Pick up? Oh. DD is the most disgusting person I've ever met. I wish someone would destroy her locker. Oh, if anybody wants to make my wish come true, her locker combination is 377. Okay. Well, that's the locker we need to go to. I would like to come pick that back up because that's an offering? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, you're fucking real. I'm running for my life. They're running after me. Oh, I hate it so much. Oh my god, I need to go outside. I need to go pray. I need to go pray. That's not the way to pray. Oh my god. You're coming? I don't need the cats. The cat's sitting. That sounds like a lovely time with your cat, Shaylin. Okay. I'm gonna pray. We're gonna do that. Pray to that. Hell yeah. Okay, we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna go back to this. Then we're gonna do that. Then we're gonna do equipment. And then we're gonna actually equip the second one. Oh. Taking fatal damage from the normal attack, the mirror will break. Oh, that would have been really nice during boss fights, but you know, it's fine. Who needs to hire a cat sitter? You got a whole bunch of people coming over, apparently. Well, that's everything. Bye, increase your max health. Oh, I think that one's nice. What do I have up here? What do I actually have on? It says effects of health, restoring items. Oh, I see. I'm really bad at that. So I think that's a good one. Just max sanity, increases max stamina. Oh, I think those ones will do for now. Okay, so we have another one. Being folded spooky style sounds good. Being folded spooky style. Hey, so there's I left a bitch up here. But I don't know where she wandered off to. Oh, she's right there. Ooh, she's creepy. That takes up a lot of... Ow. Okay, let me not fight her. I don't like how shoes guy over there. Okay, could she not? Hey, there was something on the floor right there. I hate her little feeties. Yeah, it takes so... Okay, we're running with my little knife. There was something by her feet. Oh, red capsule. There's nothing behind me. Don't worry about it. Dude, we're not turning around. Okay, so what did we get? Open the lock. Oh, 377? 344. I don't remember what the code was. It'll tell me. I don't want to go up there. Was it 344 or 377? Was it 377? Fuck, that's the wrong one. Documents? Well, I got the 3 right. Who are you? So is there another locker? This is somebody else's locker. Can I just... I have a sledgehammer. That's what they said. That's somebody else's locker, and I think that's the locker. Oh, how lovely. Locker? Symbols? Is all the craze this day? Seems like they're making... Oh. Oh, nope. That's where I needed to go. So I don't know who TT is. Okay, well. Figure that out. I'm not going that way. Can I go up? I don't particularly like the things dangling. But, you know, it's fine. Oh. Oh. Howdy. Okay. Ooh. Hey, bud. How are you? I'm doing good. A little suffering with this game. Oh, 4, line 2. Okay. Locker room?
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like
Yeah,
a big fucking
give.
cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Frick yeah. Dude, this shit gets everywhere. Oh my god, I need to sneeze. Okay. That's fine. Sneezed completed. Tortoise, the bus is calling out to me. I didn't get the news that the school would be so far. Bus? It's the best thing in the world. I love it so much. I made my locker combination. You made it. What does bus mean?
暗号のメモか。
Talk about childish. Oop. Where is this?
まだ子供だな。
Oh, another one. Ooh. Oh, how I wish I could climb inside his... Whoa. Whoa, hold on. You guys deserve to see this. Bless me thee. Bless me thee. Thank you, Kai. Is any fun for a while? Hey, that's fine. Detoxing is good. Take care of yourself and everything. That's a good way to go. Let's take a look-see at this one. Oh, how I wish... Oh, this is origami of grievances. I'll have you know. Oh, how I wish I could just climb inside his locker and drown in his smell. Can't believe his combination is the same as his name. That's really dumb. That's so cute of him, using his name as a code? It's really so weird. These are middle schoolers. So I need to find the code, and then I have his locker number. Disgusting person ever. My hair's tickling. I want someone to fold me like origami. Damn. Yeah, okay. Get it. Chocolate. But how is the code go where? Cargo pants? No. Oh. Cargo room. Cargo beep beep. Are you okay? I don't like him. Damn, these notes are crazy, bro. Mickey, I have absolutely no idea how the crazy formula spells Siteru, but I love you too. Do we have O? We have an O in there. We gotta fucking do math for this. Sorry, I dispute. What's his name? AOI. We don't got a fucking A in there, though. I am struggling with this. Where'd you fucking come from? How do I hold up a... Ah! There's a second one. Oh. This is so much... This is harder to use this sledgehammer. She went around my back. Hey, is that other one real behind me? Oh, I think he is. I think he is a real... You know, I'm gonna let them fight. Oh, I think someone doesn't like whoever's in this room. What's this one? You can read girl code, right? Hey, does everybody read girl code here? Minecraft has choke on me. I just knocked something over. Oh, okay. That's okay. It's Minecraft. Me at you, Kai. I have you. Did I drive 31 hours? Follow me, maybe. So I got a note from a girl that had 844 written on it. Do you know what that means? These... Damn. Fuck you. Oh, damn. Oh, hell yeah. I hit it just in time. Damn. Okay. That sledgehammer is, bro. Cute house. Send pictures of the cute little house. What the fuck was that noise? I'm sorry. I'm blocking this completely. What is that? What is this? 4,151 plus 3. What the fuck is that symbol again? I know what that means. 6 XOXO. Is that the I love you? What does that mean? It would, but it's on the Switch. Freak. If I mean girl code, I don't know. I can't decipher girl code. Bro, I'm struggling with the freak. What does it mean, girl code? Sorry, I'm also fixing myself and having... I won't lie though, in middle school, junior high, me and my best friend at the time did also write a code, and we had a code system. So it's very accurate. What, really upset because I pre-ordered Pokemon? Saw? And couldn't cancel it when everything came out about Nintendo? Ugh. That's fair. That's exciting because yay! But also what the freak does this mean? I know I'm still gone. I mean my yogurt. But again, but also everything they're doing, yeah. It fucking sucks. Oh. I tried to click it. I missed. You're on it. What the frick you mean? How you frick you? Oh. I was like, the frick you mean? Thank you. That's cute. Okay. Okay. What are you? Am I here? Okay, I'm here. Thank you, quiet. Your house is very cute, Kai. I like it. Note from male student. It's the code for Baka. I'm thinking of my hero and those stupid fucking lines. Quiet said, I got you covered. So you know, stupid. Damn, girl code is based off of the alphabet. Basically, you just switch the letters with numbers, and the symbols and symbols that look like them. What is this? What is this? So, Sato would be 54 plus 06. How does that look like this? 5 looks like an S. Okay. 4 looks like an A. Okay. Right? And then the plus is a T. And the O, the 0 is an O, because they're basically the same shape. Okay. 6 doesn't really look like it, but apparently it's a U. Okay. So for my name, you see the X0 5. Okay. So we have 0. So it's 401. It's the one kid's locker code. This is such a middle schooler thing to fucking do. The stupid fucking codes. Oh, they're gonna make me lose my mind. Oh, hey, what was in here? Oh, cool. Hey, so... Oh, I killed them. I was like, hey, my 2 enemies disappeared. Was there anything else up there? I'm gonna lose my mind with these. Stupid girl code. Oh, God. Okay, it's fine. What did I say it was? 401? It should be. I think that's what his name was. Yes. God damn. Okay. Posted update photos where I catch him lurking around the house. That's so fucking funny. Just lurking there. Happened to find out Suga's locker combination. The weird thing is, when you convert it to a code, it looks like a cry for help. What am I supposed to do? It's not like it can do anything. Oh. Oh. That was a cute one. Oh. 84 plus 4. Oh, also, where the frick am I going? I can't open anybody else. Oh, I got the locker room key. Oh yeah, I got a key. A key. Hey, I just want to go in this room really quick. There's a lot of light in here. Hey, Metal Pipe, I don't think I have space for you. And I like the weapons I have, so... Okay. Okay, so we got that one. Can't go there. I can. Ooh, that's locker room. Oh my god. Nothing over there. We did that. They're over there. I guess I can go back. We can go... Where the frick does that go? I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. Okay, can't go that way. This goes to nothing. Let's go donate stuff to the shrine. You know. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Where's the shrine? The shrine's this way. There was the uppies. There was the uppies. Oh my god, we can't go uppies. Alright, shut the fuck up. F. I don't think I can go in here though. Nope. It doesn't look like I should go in there anyways. Doesn't look like the best. Back upstairs I go? Was there anything else I can do in this portion of the upstairs? I don't think I want to go there actually. What am I doing? Open the locker in the locker room? Which locker in the locker room? I opened a locker in the locker room. Is there a second locker room? Oh. There's a second locker room.
更衣室陸上部が懐かしい
Okay, so there's that one. Oh. Oh, okay. So we have multiples in here. Hell yeah. Okay. Is there anything over here? Oh, TT 377. Yippee. Ooh, wolf. Deals additional damage when using a weapon of high durability. Effective only with weapons with durability.
きっと役に立つ。
Yeah, I bet we could. A cry for help. Okay, I just put an ah. I'm not gonna lie. I just put in ah. I just put an ah. It's 3 letters. What would a cry for help be? If not ah. If not ah, what be? 3 letters. Oh. This is like writing. I'm gonna shut up. This is like writing. I'm not gonna shut up. It's like writing boobs on the calculator or hello. I don't actually know what his awkward would be. Whose is this? Bus? Whose awkward is this? Yeah, okay, it's bus. Yippee. Key cabinet key. Key.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Key cabinet key. Hydrate? I'm gonna drink coffee. I cast coffee. A small dainty key might be open a... Okay, what is this? It's a cry for help. What do we think a cry for help would be? I would say... Let's try die. 7 is D. Oop. Oh, what's E would be 3. Frick. Drink water, drink water. What would be a cry for help? I tried ah. I tried die. I can't try help. Help? Yeah, Kai, have you had water? I'm trying to think. Yay! I'm so proud of you. And that's how you heal. Me deflecting everything to try to feel better. Which I can't really go skating. I probably can today, but I can't tomorrow. What's the clue? The clue is... I happened to find out Shuga's locker combination. The weird thing is, when you convert it to code, it looks like a cry for help. What am I supposed to do? It's not like it can do anything. Okay, so when it turns into code, it looks like a cry for help. Can I make a crying emoji? 505? Ooh, okay, you right, you right. Oh, that's the wrong way. Yes, it was. I get that. School bag? Oh, that's the best thing I've ever found. I love you, Shaylin. I give you mwah for being so smart. For being so smart. You're so smart. I give you mwah. I got myself more space. Okay. So now we go back here. Okay. No, we don't go there. We don't go out there. We don't go out there. We don't go out there. Wait, Winnie, right there. Hey, bunny. You have! You did! Hey, bitch, I can parry you. Oh, not you. Oh, this one. Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna stop for a second, and it didn't. Key to the Black Mountains. Back mountains. Back. They're not colored. There's I want it to be the purple mountains, I'm not gonna lie, or the blue. Not the red though. Red seems like we're gonna perish. Okay. Mega bonk. Can I mega bonk them?
ナロさん、私と二人で新しい宇宙戦争を始めようよ。
Space War?
そ
Oh.
のなら相棒の役でも
Oh, she's gross.
役でもいいんだよ。
She's really gross.
鍵見つけたぞ。
おかえり。面倒をかけたな。
She's trying to take Hinako's place in Shu's heart. But
俺たち
like,
先に休んだから。
休みなよ。私とシュウ君で寝ずの番を
but
して
like
て
in
あ
a
げるから。
gross way.
私は本当に大丈夫。
ひなこ、休めよ。あとは俺たちが見張っておくから。
I don't want to sleep. I'm gonna go to the other
お
place.
やすみ。ひなこ。
She's gonna leave us. She's going to leave us. No. Don't drop your metal pipe, girly.
でもさ、シュウ君もああいうの好きでしょ。
興味ねえよ。
でも、
I don't like Rinko. I distrust Shu a little bit. But because I don't know if we're dead or not. That achievement was, what have we learned? You saved my life. Hey! Hey, mask is off! You claim it's all. I saved you. What? I did what? Oh, did I die? By claiming the life of your old self? What? Oh, he looks completely normal. He said, oh no, she saw my face. Okay, he has a normal face underneath. Okay, I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I think she saved a fox. I am eepy, eepy sleepy. That looks like her neck is gonna be current.
無理しなくていい。
That's what I'm saying, Jalen.
まだ休んでいるといい。
Okay, but that doesn't really seem that comfy. I won't lie, sir. I think she did die. But I don't know how. That stupid meme of, I don't know how. I can't prove it. But I know.
清めの水が少し強すぎたのかもしれない。
Too strong? That shit was
君は
lava.
思った以上に繊細で敏感なようだ。でもよく頑張ったね、みなこ。
What was that noise for?
先に進もう。
Oh, she ain't okay. Look how she's walking. Where the fuck did he go again? You know, that's my only peeve about him. He keeps disappearing and leaving me. If you're trying to save my soul, don't leave me alone. Why is it all dark? That really scared me. That really scared me. I didn't know why it got so dark. Why does he keep on leaving me to open doors by myself? I know I'm gonna get told. I told you so. But like... I don't know, I feel like he can be trusting. Oh! Hey, my dude. You're very far down there.
先に行って支度をしておく。
Raymond's
お
come.
別れをしてくるといい。
Bid your farewells? I don't think he's bad. What? Oh, he did it again. Oh, well, he did say bid your farewell, so I have to go through the grievance process of perishing. I don't know if that was a big choice to make. I don't know if I could press either one of those. Need to find a key? Oh, okay, it didn't matter. The guys can't follow the heroes through the portals? Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right, Shailen. I'm scared of the dark. Is sprinting someone away? I have a knife, and I'm not scared to use it. Okay. Sakuko? Sakuko's parent-teacher journal. Just a notes. As Sakuko's mother, I want to thank you for teaching my daughter. I want to apologize for what happened the other day on the field trip. It seems Sakuko caused a lot of trouble. My daughter has been that way ever since she was young. As a child, she always hated when it turned... Oh. We turned off the lights to go to bed, and she avoided the dark movie theaters and tunnels like a plague. I mistakenly thought she had to overcome her fear of the dark. Now that she's grown up, me too, girly. Me too. Steve, I don't know. Everybody's telling me not to trust Mr. Fox Mask Man, but like, I want to trust him. I believe the reason her fear came back during the field trip is because she is unaccustomed to sleeping in a different environment. I gave her a stern talking to for behaving so shamefully at her age. She has also reflected on her behavior and is sorry for how she acted. Please accept both her and my apologies. Girlies? Oh!
Sakuko.
She had money! This is Sakuko's room. I don't like that. I do and I don't because it makes me sad. But everything dealing with like the faith of like the fox spirit and the shrines has to do with Sakuko, and it makes me so sad for her. She has a bunny? Yeah, there's the bunny on the wall. Why? ¿Dónde está? There's pictures of bunnies on the wall. Rabbits. One white. What's that noise? I'm gonna ignore that. And one that has little... like black and white. I don't like that noise. I will flick you in a second. Oh, there's more. She has more bunnies all over. Everybody together? Not because you... not because I fucking love ghost stories. Can't get me together. Not because you're a rabbit. Not because... Oh. Sorry, I didn't expect that to... Oh. Hey. So I think that's an enemy. So there's like two paths here. Oh, I see. Okay, well, you're scary. Okay, so puzzle. I need to get that open. Hey, could you like move this way so you don't try to slice me right when I go through? This is a rabbit. And then that turns it to a bird. Okay, okay. Enemies defeated and areas illuminated. Evil warding lanterns will be able to... Oh, I was reading! Oh! I forgot how this attack works. Okay. Okay, so... Oh, this is what we learned about the warding lantern. I wonder if Sakuko actually had that in her room. It very much adds up. So if I defeated her in here, she wouldn't have. She would have. But if I defeat her back, like, under this? Sakuko deserves better. I don't like Rinko, but Sakuko I like. Has anybody else here watched Ghost Stories? Just reading their... What the fuck was that noise? Okay. You think I'm a nerd? I'm reading. Nerd. Oh. I don't think that's Sakugo. Ow. She's playing hopscotch. Ow. Oh, it's that one. Oh, it's that one. Ooh. Do the faces break? Oh, they do. Loser. You can't respawn. Oh, this is school. Is this my locker? Ooh, hey, girly, I think something's gross in your locker. I won't lie. Okay, nothing there. Well, let me check this before I go over there. Okay. Oh! That's a lovely greeting from them. Yay, a bandage! So we have a bird over here and the bunny there. I think there's also... Yeah, there's a green there too. Ah. I love this. See, I made a crucial error that... I don't know if I have to go through both of these. I kind of figure I have to go through both of these, but... I'm kind of hoping this wasn't like a big choice to make because I just ran up and I was like, oh, okay. I gotta press these buttons. So that's my bad, bro. Doom doom. Doom doom. Oh, doom doom, and then I can open that. Because I do that, I just have to go back. But we're gonna see what's over there. And on the other side. We'll go this way first. It's a horror game that makes me act like a... I don't know, because you a freak. But it... What? How rude of him. Oh, hey, there's a paper there. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god, that bitch fucking decked me. Oh, don't touch me, please. Oh, I hit his ankle. Literally. Also, I heard that go off. Oh. Okay, I healed. That's all that matters. Hey, come over here. Okay. Okay. Anyways, a note. Moon, hi, Moon. Sorry, Moon. This game is fucking tearing me apart, bro. These fucking monsters are awful. I love you, Moon. I hope you're well. Oh my god. I didn't expect that man to come running out of there. We haven't seen one of those in a while. I hate the gym. Oh, it's Sakugo's. I hate the gym. Just looking at my gym clothes makes me depressed. They're holding a long distance race at school soon. I know it's just an excuse for them to watch me. Oh, come in last and laugh at me. I knew how lonely I would feel if everyone just left me in the dust, so I asked Rinko if she would hang back so we could run across the finish line together. And you know what? She said yes. I asked Hinako too, but she said no. She said it's because she's in a sports club and she'll get yelled at by the teacher if she doesn't try her best. I suppose that makes sense if it's true. Handwriting suddenly turns erratic, but I know the truth. I know it's really because you don't want to be held back by a slowpoke me. I hope Hinako trips and falls and breaks all her bones in her body so she can never run again. How lovely! How nice of her, my friend. I think Sakuko just had... Oh! Whoa there. Kai, Sakugo has been one beast, but Rinko has been truly awful. Rinko is like the worst friend ever. Okay, let's go in here first. I think Sakugo is just insecure. It's terrible too. Can we hit her with a pipe? I'll hit her less, because, you know, she got taken out really fast. So that almost, it was kind of sad. She got taken out by the flowers. Oh, I hate the dark. It reminds me that I'm alone. I think she was just really insecure. Which doesn't help, and you should never take that out on somebody. But Rinko's just like fucking, hey, I know you're still getting over Hinako being dead, but like, do you want to go on a date? That's disgusting. Like, can you get over her so we can go out on a date? Everyone but the doll hit them with a pipe. Oh, you trust the doll. I'm not saying I don't trust the doll. I'm just like, okay, so you trust the doll. What if I trust the fox man? Friends like this, who needs enemies? Literally. Hit everyone in this game with a pipe? Yes, you can. Except right now we only have a knife. Did I read that? I did not fucking read that. I hate the dark. It reminds me that I'm alone. Everyone always telling me that I'm a little weird, that I'm a bit strange. I'm the weird kid who was always by herself. I can forget my loneliness at school inside a classroom full of people chatting away. In the dark, however, it comes creeping back. Handwriting turns erratic and emotional. I know the truth. I know what... Oh, Hinako really thinks of me? She thinks I'm weird, just like all the others? I know it's true. I know she's making fun of me behind my back. Does she think they don't badmouth her when she's not around? I can't stand the fact that she puts on a fake smile and acts like she's the only normal one, all while looking down on me. She makes me so mad. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her so much. Okay, so I think Sakuko is actually really bad too. But I think she's letting her insecurities take over and ruin a friendship. Rinko's just a shitty fucking person. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know what the fuck I just did. I got so scared that I perfect dodged and decked her. Oh my god. Oh my god. What did the doll say about Rinko? I don't remember. Did that let her out? Oh, I turned it back to red. I needed the green to go there. So that only did that. I still would like to go back. We need to get to the green over there. Well, it said beware, Rinko. Okay. Oh, ouchie, my ears. Frick you. Oh, I hit the wall. Hey, girly. So we don't have a lot of space to fight here. can attack her. Friends are also terrible. I don't know how I feel about Junko. Oh, my head. Hey, so she's gonna come back. I'm just gonna run away from her right now. I'm gonna run away from her. She's heavily hit. Is there anything of use in this room? Oh. Hey, girly. I'm just gonna run the other way. Is there anything else? I feel like there's something else in that room, but I don't know. But the doll is also telling me not to trust the fox man. That's the thing. It's also telling me not to trust the fox man. And that's where I'm like, okay, well, it's telling me one thing, but then also saying another thing. So, like, do I believe both things? I don't think Junko was a bad person, but I don't think this is her sister talking. Telling you not? Yeah, Doc's also telling me not to trust her. Hey, so I think she's right there. Yep, we're running this way. You would be correct by that. Trust no one? You're also correct. Fire. Oh. Oh, hey. I think... We're just gonna pray. I think I could forgive Sakugo a little bit more than Rinko. I won't lie. We're just gonna close that. We're just gonna close that door. I like seeing all the erratic. Oh, and the little flowers everywhere slowly. Also the writing. There's a lot of writing. But like, Rinko's just a bitch. I won't lie about that. I don't know. Steve, have you... Oh, good heavens. She is making her way down here so fast. Steve, have you beaten the game or have you played this game? Do you know the ending? Or a ending, I should say. Whoa! I am no Namina. Yippee! Okay. But I want to trust the fox man. Sakuko makes me really sad. Compared to Rinko and learning about what she feels towards Hinako. Oh, Jesus Christ. I hit the wall. Blue room. Blue room. Come here, blue room. Oh, I missed. I was too far. I'm stuck and I don't know where I am. Okay, I ate the pill. Oh, hey! I see that guy there. So that's 5. I don't know what button my med kit was. Okay. We're just gonna run all the way back around. Knows the ending, but everything Doc has said is not a spoiler anyway. That is perfectly fine. You saying how you actually feel. Was there... Oh, is this a rabbit cage? Oh, what? Okay. Okay. That was rather interesting. Observation log. Hey, Mr. Rabbit, guess what? I made my first ever friend today. Oh, her name, Shimizu Hinako. But Mr. Rabbit, she's my first ever real life human friend, so I'm a little scared. What if she throws me away and forgets me? I'm so scared of that happening. When I told my new best friend Hinako this, she said she'd never ever abandon me. Never ever. She promised me. But you know what, Mr. Rabbit? Oh, the handwriting suddenly becomes erratic. What if Hinako breaks her promise? What if she betrays me? What if she's lying? No, I don't want to think about that. Hinako said she wouldn't ever leave me. She promised. I have to believe her because that's what friends do, right? They believe each other. Hinako, if you betray... Damn! If you betray me, you'll pay. I'll make you pay and regret hurting me. Got it? I didn't... I'm the only one who came back and actually made sure she was okay after the first incident. Like, the other two came back, but they didn't really come back to check on her. That's what it at least feels like. Oh, yes, how did you, little sir? Make your way. Oh. Oh, he doesn't see me. That's crazy. This is a little scary. Hey, you know what? I'm running. Oh, good heavens. I may have started shit. Ow! Okay, please perish. I have no stamina. I have nowhere to go. I have no stamina. I think one more hit. Yeah, okay. So now it's just him, and also the other one that's like right in that corner. I'm not gonna try to worry about her too much. She's gonna see me though. Oh, he's gonna see me. No one's behind me. Oh my god. Oh, this was awful. This was awful. Oh my god, please stop hitting me. Get in here. That was an awful mistake. Okay, one at a time. Yeah, okay, you first, buddy. Bonk. Oh no. Ow, ow, ow. Oh. Okay. Okay. I don't want to be killing all these things. Okay, come over here, ma'am. I would rather like to get rid of you permanently. I really don't know how to feel about her sister. Okay. Quiet's playing Lego Party. Lego Party. Okay, so we got rid of them. I don't like the whistling that I'm hearing. It's like weird, distorted. Starving? You should eat. I started leaning forward. I'm getting really stressed out. Wee wee wee. Wee wee wee. It's so eerie. You seen Junko yet, or just we've seen like her shadow. We haven't properly seen her. Oh, so I'm just hearing that over there. Sakuko's stream. Oh yeah. We've seen her because we were just at the school, so we saw her walk past the window, but we don't actually see her. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if that's her. We haven't seen her. Sakuko's diary. My family has served caretakers for the Sama dog. Senisugi Shrine for generation. For the past few decades, the shrine's popularity has been declined. When it came to the time for my dad to become the head priest, he declined the role and got a regular office job instead. Mom and Dad are always saying negative things about the shrine. The head priests are obsolete. Even my grandfather says the tradition of upkeeping the shrine will die with his generation. I help out as a Miko at the shrine whenever an event's held. I love how dignified the rituals are and the way they make me feel like my soul is being cleansed. I'd like to be more than just a helper at the shrine. I think I'd like to become a head priest one day. Now she's fucking dead. Now she's fucking dead, bro. Did I get one? I don't think I did. No, I have no ammo. You know, I just realized that there was a hydrate there. Oh! Is she making her way over here? I suppose not. I will hydrate in the meantime. Okay. Come here. I am scared of this. I hit the wall! I keep on hitting the wall. I hate killing these things. Cause like, I feel like these are... Ow, my head. Okay. Number of enemies behind the white rabbit. No one left behind? That sounds... Oh, that's scary. It's that freaking whistle. Oh. Oh.
怖いよ早く出して
Wait, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Tomb. Okay, sheet of fine paper. Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who shall lift their head. I'm having a stonk to level high of their reflection in the mirror as custom. Dictates are shading the light, shall condone the dark. What? Yeah, okay. What? I don't know. Don't help her. She's terrible. I want to help her. Two must face each other. One does reveal the other. Okay, so the two, like both sides. Wait, Hinago. Hinago, I don't know what I'm doing. We gotta save Sakuko. Is that right? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, okay, I'm gonna breathe. They saw her in panic. She's just a girl, okay? Oh, I can't. Cause she likes bunnies? Not too bad. My brain's just- I'm so panicked about her there crying. Do I need to put them all down? Do I need to put them all up? I should really stop clicking buttons. I don't know what I'm doing. Just clicking. Am I putting them all down there? Am I putting them all up? Hey, Sakugo. Let's read. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. With a fail this in game? You might be able to fail this. I don't know what the fuck this means. Okay, we did that. Light. How do I need her. She needs light. She needs light. She needs light. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Put that back. Those two have... My brain hurt. My brain hurt. No. Get back over here. Oh, Do I have to pick up only one? I'm quite nervous. Also, I solved that by accident. I solved that by accident. See, this one looks like the good one because there's more light in it, you know? But like, that's like the darkness creeping up on that. That's like the light creeping in. Yeah? Steve, I need you to tell me. I'm stressing out. Can I only pick up one? Do I have to pick up and put here? Do I only... This could... The fuck do you mean, Steve? I'm stressing out. What do you mean? I'm a... Can I only pick up one? What is happening here? It doesn't matter. I'm honestly probably gonna play this game again. Truth be told, I really like it. What do I mean? Because like, where do I take this afterwards? Do I need to give her a light? Do I need to exchange these things out? Do I put it here? Steve, it's you and me here. How you doing? You want to tell me some information here? I've never wanted to save somebody so badly before. I don't know what's the right choice. I don't know if this is a choice. Is this even a choice here? Is this a choice? Jojo, I see you. Am I interpreting these right? Is that what people would think? Is that what people would think? Also, I really like those. I really like those. Is that what you would think if you would think like? I'm gonna cry. I don't know what I'm doing. This is nothing, you guys. You don't have to tell me anything. I'm just gonna cry because I'm so stressed out and I want to save Sakugo so badly. I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck Rico. I don't give a shit about that bitch. I think it's this one. Just tell me yes or no. Not even your opinion about what I should actually pick. Just like I should just pick. Yeah, my heart says that one because it makes more sense. That one's more light, but this is like the light saving her. Restraint? Something. I had to pick up both of them. Sharp talons. Ooh. Hold on a sec, go. Oh, look at these. So that's... Sharp talons resembles something... What does that one mean? Restraint? Okay, now riddle me this. What does that mean? Riddle me this. I'm stupid. Somebody explain. Does one seem more ominous? Talon seems more ominous. What does that one mean? Bangling? I mean, restraint seems like I'm not gonna help her. Talon also seems, kind of mean. Do I have to place both? I got so scared. I think I might cry. I think I might cry. Can I save her? She's a bitch. But what was I supposed to? That was a really powerful scream. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I didn't have a choice. I don't know what just fucking happened. That scream was really good. I don't know what just happened. They're binding a farewell. I think I have to say farewell to both sides, right? I didn't get a choice. What are we screaming about? We ain't screaming. I just locked Sakugo in a dark room and she's scared of the dark. She has been calling me a traitor this whole time. Maybe it was foreshadowing. I couldn't do anything about that. I couldn't do anything about that. I couldn't do anything about that. I couldn't do it. 100% honest, I have no idea what's going on. I haven't known. It's 5 minutes into the first stream. So we got the key for this one. Hey, so... Because So I need. Is this one? Is this one also locked? I assume this needs to be open too. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So I have to go through both doors. I think I do actually most literally have to say goodbye to both of them. I just hope this is Rinko. I will feel no remorse. Sakugo, I think just let her insecurities get the worst of her. Holy shit, I don't like this. I'm running into this way too fast. Speaking Japanese, I have stream on 1.44, so I can't see what's going on. Oh, hell yeah. You really just... Oh, hey. So, since you really can't see... Oh my god. Okay, no, you know somewhat of what... So we have Rinko over lava. You know what we're gonna do here. Oh, they're giving me the choice and I don't... Sakugo, I feel bad about. Could I have actually saved her, Steve? I genuinely don't know about that one. Anyways, buddies. Oh, buddy, old pal. You know what we're gonna be fucking doing here. Rinko is over lava. Let's fucking do it. Well, we gotta go get the pieces first. If I somehow accidentally save her, I'm gonna lose my mind. She's the one I do not want to save. Sakugo is just... She's insecure. Poor girlie. Insecure. Should not have let the insecurity hurt her in her friendship. Yes, I do agree. But, that's really... It was really sad, and she was really scared, and that was her first friend. That was really fucked. Okay. Fuck you! Oh my Jesus Christ! Oh, why does it look like you have a golf stick? I have no stamina. I can't do a heavy attack. Ow. I'm just gonna hide in this corner. Oh god, we're hitting everything. Is it dead? No, it's not. The lamps are not lit here. Why is it so dark? There's someone? Okay. Oh. Need to light that. I don't know how. It's so dark over here. Okay. Okay. I don't know what's happening. Oh. She stopped moving. I was like, what's going on? What's going on, girlie? Go through. I can't believe they're just dangling Rinko over the freaking lava pit. Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna choose to forgive your friend? Or let her sink? I'm gonna let her sink. No ifs, no buts. She is sinking. She is sinking today. Okay, so you opened green. I can go up here. That's open. No, thank you. No. Hello? Okay. Miss Mia, dump her ass in the lava? That's, yeah. What? Oh. Fashion Mess. This is Rinko's room. She do got a nice room. She's also like the rich girl. Like, she's in that big house. Compared to the rest of the town. She fucking pushed us down the stairs. This is the one time I will trust the doll. Does she really have this many books in her actual house? Crumpled letter. Sorry for waiting. Oh, sorry for writing you a letter out of the blue. I know we could just talk at school, but when I'm around you, I always end up bleh. Whoever wrote it stopped. Hey, I know it's really last minute, but would you mind coming shopping with me Sunday? I want to know what clothes would look cute on me for a boy's from a boy's perspective. This is. What do you think? I love you so much. You never leave my thoughts. Rinko. Rinko's kind of a freak. Rinko collects dolls. Oh. Hey, what is happening? Oh. Evil Rinko. Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey, so I don't like this. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think, like... so there's more pictures of Shu showing up. I think she's obsessed with him. I think she is obsessed with him. Oh, hey. Ward facing Foxcrest. Oh. Hey, those are pictures of me now. Those are pictures of me now. That's a crumpled letter. Wait, that was a crumpled letter, but we collected a crumpled letter. Crumpled letter. Crumpled letter? Oh. I just heard my cat in the hallway. 51% chance that says she's obsessed. Yeah, I think a 99.9% chance I think she's obsessed. Both with me and Shu. Because she's so obsessed and like hatred, like the hatred obsession towards Hinako. Like, you know, the doc? You said, Doc, you know some of what's going on? Hope wrong, I have no idea what's going on. Who's Ringo? Oh, Shu, who's Himiko? Hinako. Mishi, you read? Didn't we get a spear? We got a spear last stream. You know, we just found it. Sorry, I know this must be coming out of nowhere, but what exactly is Hinako to you? Are you two friends? Just friends? Or are you more than friends? I want you to tell me the truth. I know this is none of my business, but could you keep your distance from Shu? You know, people tend to get the wrong idea when boys and girls are our age spend too much time together, and you don't want to cause any issues for Shu, do you? You should really think more about how you behave. You're nothing but a fly. Damn, bitch. You're nothing but a fly. All you do is get in the way, get lost, or at the very least, shut your trap and stop bothering others and quit buzzing around Shu all the damn time. Looks like the handwriting is trying to change their handwriting. The writer is trying to change their handwriting. Oh my god, she was trying to write a hate letter to send to Hinako to make it seem like it wasn't her, but it was her. Yeah, so I think, ooh, I don't like that one. Yeah, so she doesn't like us. I think she doesn't like us. I don't think she likes us. Victor Corbin. Oh, hey. Whoa! You probably were awful to me. That was a nice combo. Okay, so she's not dead.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Hydration? In this economy? That hurt my throat. I need to stop doing that. You just said who's getting lava bath yet? Well, yes. Rinko is. Yo, I love you. I hope you're well. I should pop my shoulder. I hope you didn't hear that. I hope you didn't hear that at all. Hello. I hope you're well. I love you. No, you're so cool. I love you so much. I love you. I give you mwah. And then I grab your face and you can... Ringo started. Fucked up. You did the Beatles. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I love Ringo, actually. My parents went to go see him and last tour he did. So we took a turn last time, so we're just gonna take another turn. And we're just gonna... that's a bunny. We're just gonna take another turn. We're just gonna take another turn. Whoa. Oh, she grabbed me. Ow. Hey. That wasn't just like a little stab, girly. Okay, we're leaving. Alright, so unfortunately I went to the other side of the hallway and there's nothing to do. It's a dead end. Okay, so we need Bunny. We need Bunny. Oh, maybe I should put the little medallion in. Hey, what's this giant room that's doing here? Hey, excuse me, girly pop. I'm just gonna walk past you. We're just gonna walk right past her. Someone, oh, what the frick are you doing on the ceiling? I miss Sakugo's side because she had the lanterns. Oh, I'm so scared. Okay, she's stunned. Okay. Is there any goodies here? She's not dead though, so I need to be fast. Bondage. Guess I could hide over here. Anari. Okay, so what does it switch to? Sure. Oh, Bunny! Bunny. You sound bunny. Man, I haven't said that in ages. Fortunately, there's an enemy right here. I think my cat's trying to get in. Oh, Mochi! Oh, Mochi, did you just get let in? Come here.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Wait one moment, hold on. Mochi. I'm sorry. Okay. My cat was apparently meowing in the hallway at my door because it was closed. Why are you looking at me like that? What? I didn't know. She's disapproving. She's staring at... Oh god, we were running, I forgot. Okay, making our way downtown. Bunny. Ah, I see. Bird. Excuse me. You're a bitch. I'm zooming. Was there somebody over there? I hope not. There's somebody here. Hi. Bye. That's not better. Oh, the shiny blue school? Seems like ages ago. Oh my god, okay, I just fucking ran through there. Thank you for hydrate, Quiet. I did hydrate. I don't like that mannequin. Oh, it's gonna turn red again.
夕食お昼休み友達
Class observation log. The continuation from last semester. I'm to be the class president once again. I hope we can make this another wonderful semester. The role of the class president holds a lot of responsibility, but I think I'm up to the task. Even when I was young, I always wanted to be the mom or big sister whenever I played house. I think it's because I really enjoyed looking after others. Wow. Who is your favorite beetle and why? The doll says beware of Ringo. I believe that every single student in our class has things to excel in, as well as things they could stand to work on. In my view, the purpose of a class president is to help others with their shortcomings so we can make school an enjoyable place for others. Rinko. That sounds like a fucking lie after all of this, Rinko. Oh, please nothing either. I'm like it. Oh. Hey, I think you dropped your brain. Actually, your intestines. You dropped your oh, you dropped all of your organs. Damn, these glasses are dirty. In continuation from last semester, handwriting turns wild and erratic. I love being class president because I get to look after all of these lost causes. Even when I was young, I enjoyed comparing myself to others and other inferior kids and basking in my own superiority. When I pretend to care about others, I can please a lot of people. The losers I help, the people around me, and even my parents. And frankly, that makes me happy as well. Right now, I'm in charge of 2... This is why I like Sakugo. Because she was just... It was her insecurities, and she was so scared of losing her friends. This is a bitch. No, from Ringo Starr? Yes, it is. Why, yes. Right now, I'm in charge of 2 girls who are the definition of morons. They're both so carefree, empty-headed. Me too. Neither of them know the first thing about fitting in. The only reason they have any friends in this class is because I'm taking care of them. They fawn over me and tell me all the time how grateful they are. It feels amazing. I really, truly think I was born to be class presidents. Ringo Starr. I think these just show the true colors of both of these characters, which I still stand by the point. Oh, this was my desk. Wasn't it? Oh! Hey, girly. I didn't even pick it up. I didn't even pick it up. I picked it up. Hey, is there anything else I can collect in here? No? Okay, we're alone. Other side, other side. Hey, she's hitting me. That was mean. That was really mean. She hit me. Can I put it in other ones? Do I only have to lower her? Oh, how joyous. I only can lower her. One more. I didn't get anything, bro. I'm dead. Bert. Bert. What else was this way? I never... See, she just actually seems like she never was a friend compared to Sakugo, who was. So I still stand by my point. I kind of wish I could have saved Sakugo, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think there is a way to save her, though. Excuse me. Ow. That was quite rude. Okay, she can't get me now. Okay, so that's all that's over there. I sure hope she can't fit through there. I want to figure out how to get through there. But I wonder if that's dealing with that. So open up the blue. If it's all bunny, I can go back through and then I can go to blue to there. Oh, she hated me. She hated my guts. I'm gonna leave it paused really quick and I'm gonna run to the restroom and put away the ungodly amount of cups that I have on my desk. Here's Nessie. It was a horrifying noise from outside. Jesus. I will be right back. I have so many cups. Got orange juice cup. I got coffee cup. I'll be right back. I hope no one. Okay. How long have I been streaming? Okay, that's what I thought. I had a strange thought when I went out. I went to go talk to my mom because my boys were both in her office helping her. And I thought, I was like, I feel like I just started streaming. Like, I don't feel like I've done that much. And I'm like, I bet when I go back and I look at how long I've been streaming, it's going to be like a full stream already. Yeah. Yes, it is. I'm glad everybody's a big fan of Nessie. Nessie, you got a lot of fans. Sorry, my little Wave XLR is fucking dusty. It's because everything's right next to my computer. Okay. You know what time it is. It's around. I want you out of my world. I don't care who you are. Oh. Hey, girlie. Bye,
Finger
girly.
licking good implies the existence of toe-sucking evil.
What the freak? Man, what if I put Tengen on my mic? Sorry. So we're not going there. Are we going this way? We're not supposed to be going this way. Ouchie, my head. Toe sucking evil really gets me. Oh my god, I spun. Hey, is that an evil person? Oh, is this a convenience store? Oh, girly was mid-scream. Letter from Rinko to Hinako. Hinako, here. You'll feel better after eating this. Forget what those jerks said today, and don't worry. They're getting an earful from me. That sounds like a lie. You just have to be yourself, Hinako. You can't worry about what other people say. Is normal. They're not normal. That's their normal, not yours. I'll always be looking out for you. From your best friend, Rinko. I think that's a lie. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do gotta move on, girly. Rinko's secret journal. Damn. Is Rinko actually nice? No, I don't think so. That's what I keep on saying about Sakugo. I think she was genuinely nice. But it was a lot of her like insecurities. Rinko I don't think was ever nice. I don't think she was ever actually like a good person. Ringo's secret journal. Why do I have to live here of all places? Shu lives all the way in the other side of town, meaning my dream of us walking home together will never come true. I remember how organized everyone from class. I organized everybody from class to go to Chizuru, yeah, together after school. We chatted as we walked, then we went our separate ways home. They walked to the store. The walk to the store was painfully short. Still, having a few extra minutes that I can spend with Shu outside of school was all I could ask for. She's obsessed with him. I genuinely think she's just actually a bad person. These candies bring back memories. I would eat them. Maybe I wouldn't eat them. We're in purgatory. Spooky light. Please don't have an enemy right there. Oh, you went an enemy right there. Why would you do that? Why did I guess that? Oh my god. Oh, you're faster than me. I dodged into that. Why did I guess? I hate that I guessed that. I'm gonna have to go back and clip that. That was so funny. Oh my god, I don't know which way I'm facing. I didn't want to eat that one. Too late. I ate it. Oh my god. Am I hungry? I don't know. I'm scared. Don't hit me. Oh, he hit me. Oh my god. Somebody come get your dog. He bite. Someone come get your dog. He bite. Oh. I don't think those treats are very delicious anymore. Ooh. That's a very dangerous toy. Oh, here we go. Supervised? Yeah, you guys gotta go your separate ways. Okay, Ringo's secret journal. As we got closer to the store, our classmates would peel off one by one as they turned to go home. It was never just me and Shu on our own, but I didn't care. The handwriting goes erratic and emotional. But of course, there was always the dirty little cockroach crawling all over Shu. Damn. He don't bite us, he do. Damn, Rinko's fucking rude. Like, Sakugo was just like, she's gonna betray me. She actually thinks I'm weird. Rinko? Compared to Sakugo, Rinko's just like this slimy little dirty whore. Damn. I mean, come on, we're all walking home together. How about having a conversation that everyone else can join in on? Don't just go running off on your own little weird Space Wars world together. You're a freak. You want it. Hey, you had your... She had her makeshift world that she was just like, come on, I can be your partner, just like how she was. Aha. What's that? Okay, actually, let's get out of here. Anyways, yaddy everybody, you know what time it is. It's time to go our separate ways. Bamorinko. I have no remorse about this one. None whatsoever. What do you mean a traitor? Me? Forgive? Bye. Can redeem Rinka? There's still good in her. I don't think so. We'll burn the bad out of her, you know? It's okay. She's just taking a spicy bath. Don't worry about it. You dunked her, you are now locked into the bad ending. I could have not dunked her. Honestly, I don't even care about that. I'm joking. That'd be crazy. But also, I would have no remorse with that. I'm like, hey, so weird. She's even a bitch. Yeah, she's even a bitch in her last breath, dude. Hey, I am very curious, though. Hey, did I open anything else? Dunking Rinko is wrong. Do you want to be right? That's what I'm saying. Because I don't think you have any other option for doing stuff here. We do have a big bag because Miss Shaylin helped me solve a puzzle. I want to see if I can go through here. Ooh, that's horrifying. So that I have the key for that, but I want to see what this is. Like, what is that? If dunking Rinko makes me evil, so be it. I'm evil. Evil. Evil Hinako. Evil. Hey, is this girly pop still here? Oh, yes, she is. Okay, please do that for 1 second. I want to go through this. Ow. I'm stuck. Eat the pill. Run for your life. She can't get us. Okay. This is a prequel story of how she became... Go to the toilets. Yes. I like that. I want to know what's over there. There's also another door there, but I don't think that goes to anything. But there's that door. The only place it could be was in there, but we got what we needed from there. I'm intrigued about that, but I don't know. I'll probably look into that afterwards. Hey, I don't like that. Why was... Oh, did the door just reopen? Whoa. My GPU freaked out for a second. I'm saying goodbye to my past, going to the Foxman.
いや相棒こう呼べるのもこれが最後だな
Find Shu's possession. So this is Shu's door. So this is me saying goodbye to Shu. Carry not any memory, of what come to the past beyond this point. Let all bear upon the pedestal first. Door shall not open to those who harbor regret in their hearts. Oh, okay.
おかしいなどこに行ったんだ
Where'd go? Oh.
それもいいかそれが
Oh.
忘れていくってことだもんな
I...
ひな子が初めて育てるには
Damn.
ちょっと難しかったよな
I don't think Shu's bad.
これを買ってもらうために漢字テストを頑張ったんだ
Get this.
覚えてるか
I don't know.
あってな押し入れにぎっしりさ
What are your thoughts about Shu, Steve? Without giving anything away.
一番の宝物だお前以外の誰にも
Anybody else
触れさ
touch
せ
it?
なかった
I think definitely she hurt him, but because it seems like he liked her and she didn't feel the same way. But I think I can trust him overall, because even though the other bitch is telling him like, no, leave her back, he's still just like, oh.
お前の
Oh, what's he saying?
本当の選択
Your
を知り
final
たい
decision? Oh, don't say it like that. Shu's the... Shu is like the one I would trust the most. Definitely would trust him the most out of the whole bunch. He seems actually good at heart, no matter... Oh my Jesus Christ! Don't show me your butt! Don't do that. Oh my god. No, Namina. Okay. She freaking dropped from the ceiling. Seems to care about Hinako. Yeah. I need to breathe. My lungs are very tired. Who's the only one that seems keeps putting nicotine patches on girls when he hangs out with them? He withdraws when they're near him. That's crazy. Yeah, the doll has not warned us anything about Shu. I think Shu's the only, like, in a way, pure of heart that actually cares about Hinako. No matter what they've been through. Nothing. And because even when Rinko was telling him, like, she's dead, like, you need to leave her, he's just like, I can't, she needs help. So he's a homie. Would reach out to him in the afterlife and be like, help, help, help me. Hello? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está Shu? What a drawing. Drawing of young Hinako. Shimizu. Even when it was drawn by an elementary school student, it's still too bad. It's still too bad? It's definitely drawn on purpose. A lot of kind of curse written on it. Stupid, disgusting, etc. Shu's prized possession? That's a prized possession? I can't see shit. I need to find the lever. I think somebody's gonna drop from the ceiling. I will not lie. And I think I might cry. Oh, the lever. If one of them liked each other, I wonder if either made it known or if it was really just like brosis kind of thing. Or if it's the like, no, she thinks of me as brother. Or he thinks of me as sister and they just never did. It seems that if they did come to like an understand. Oh, hey, whoa, I'm talking. Don't do that to me, game. It seems like no matter what, they understood that they care for each other. And it may just not be actual, like, whoa, slow it down there. Slow it down, buddy. Hey. Are you dead? Okay, she's dead. Excuse me. Pardon me. Could have been one side. It could have been one-sided. But, ooh. It definitely, ooh, definitely feels like they understand each other no matter what. I'm so scared of this corner. Divine light. Scent of herbs is over. Oh yeah, he was really good at medicine. Because he always took care of her with the headaches and everything too. Bandage. My knee itches. Mother, I crave violence. See, okay. Like, I know I shouldn't trust the... Hey. This seems suspicious. That's how I feel, Kai. That's... Ew. That's how I... Oh. Mother, I crave insanity. Oh, I don't think I like this monster. I think this is awful. Oh my god. Oh my god. Steve, I really feel like that fish. I definitely get what this is, what this shows. This is... Whoa, hey, whoa, buddy. I ain't got no stamina. Mother, I crave to take this away. I do not like this. I don't know what this becomes. Oh! Hey, that was mean. I was trying to hit your baby. Oh, no. Okay. I wish I could throw things. Okay. I had no stamina! Don't do that! Stop spitting, please. Oh my god. That is awful, dog. Not with this on the screen. That's an awful thing to say with this on the screen. This thing is disgusting. Is she gonna spit again? Oh. That's just gonna become one of those things again. Okay, I had stamina. I need her to be in front of me. I didn't want to eat that. Oh well. Oh, I have no stamina. She should be dead. Okay. Wow. Oh. Why is this thing so gross? Patience, what the fuck is that? Perfectly depicted. Monster covered in swollen, swollen skin crawling mounds. Even more horrors. A file show of life. I'd rather die than turn into that monster. Yeah, that's real. That I too agree, Hanako. I too agree. I would not want to become that. That was disgusting. I think you handled her easily, though. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, welcome in. You came at a lovely time. Hopefully you didn't see that monster because that was disgusting. Ready for a higher difficulty? No, I'm on the normal difficulty. There's only 2 difficulties. Normal story mode or hard. They don't really give you a choice. Oh. Oh, I don't really like that noise I'm hearing around the place. Oh. Okay. Okay. So there's more of those things around. Okay. Okay. I don't know what to call you right now. Mainly because I'm... So, wait, is there something over there? Wait, we must go the other way. But welcome in. How are you doing? What brings you around here? You like Silent Hill? I'm loving this game, but I'm also hating it at the same time because I was an awful monster. They did a good job with them, though. Okay, it just spins around. Oh, there's a button there. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is the bird door. Okay. I honestly think I would have... I don't think I would have struggled if I put this on hard. But I think I would have not enjoyed my time as much. What was that? Oh. Kiro comic. The inside page is full of drawings. Nako were drawn on the bad guys the protagonist defeated. Moreover, in order to make the method of death even more bizarre, the manga's presentation, they stubbornly added a lot of scattered blood and guts. Hinako was drawn on the bad guys that the protagonist defeated? That makes me a little suspicious. Jedi is Grace? Great, I don't know if they're... like, for some things... This horrific monster. I can see the implications of what some of these monsters are, but overall with the story, that's what I'm trying to put together. Yeah, it's okay, Doc. You did not want to see what was on the screen. You did not want to see what was on the screen. You did not want to... I hear that. Oh, my Jesus Christ. I heard you. I might hit the wall. I didn't hit anything. Ow. Hey, something else is alive down there. Okay, we're running. We're running. We're sprinting. Walking. I'm running faster. I'm sprinting. Ow. Okay, I just didn't time that. Woo. Ow. Okay, wait. Okay. Gotta blast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. We're gonna use a bandage. I am using a lot of healing items, but I frankly don't care. So we got one item of his. Oh. Why is it red? Oh, he's talking about emotions. Oh, well, okay. This is kind of rude. He didn't do anything bad. This poor boy just wants to know how this girl feels. So I definitely dunked one of our friends in lava. The other one's just in a dark room.
いいんだ。きなこの好きなようにして。俺は相棒の選択なら受け入れるぜ。
Yeah, literally. Oh. She didn't even think twice about it. Oh. Oh, hey.
幼い頃からの友人に別れを告げるのは辛いだろう。
I didn't really say goodbye to them. I kind of murdered them all.
あ、いえ。するべきでした。
Girlie, you didn't think about it.
早く
He does have really nice nail polish.
こんな姿をお見せして申し訳ありません。
謝らなくていい。むしろその痛みを強いた私の方が謝らねばならない。
I'm so confused. I'm so confused. She walks out like a badass for each one. On part, okay, but where? Karaoke's a calling me. You're so right. Oh. Does he not see me? Okay, he doesn't. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I'm confused. You're the one playing. I'm getting bits and pieces, and you're so right. I am very confusion. I'm like not confused, but I am confused.
Rinko?
Oh. I need like the final pieces. They fucking left you, bitch. Me? Oh. Always despise people who tell me how to act just because I'm a girl. She was different though. He was the only one who ever understood. We were partners. Considered him a true companion. As we got older, the pressure from our parents got stronger. Even still, Shu never stopped treating me like his equal, regardless of gender. There exists two, and that goes inside me. Oh. What? There exists two Hanako's inside me now. Shimizu Hanako, whom I have known since birth, and Hanako, a woman who is trying to steal my body from the old me. It's like an alien is trying to take over me. If there was a space war, my partner should be coming to rescue me. Huh. There are two wolves inside me. Does killing them in the nightmare world affect the normal world? Yeah, that's what I want to know. Oh, that's really sad. Oh, she updated the picture. One of my friends, she always got her head up in the clouds and is a little strange. She's constantly trying to worm her way out of paying me back 500 yen. Still the same, but the picture's updated. What does it show for Rinko? Hell yeah. What about Shu? I'm sorry, Shu. Shu really didn't deserve that. She kind of did. Is his picture updated? No. There were times when those eyes that watched me through the slits of the fox mask turn frightening sharp, as if he was looking right through me, piercing through the very depths of my soul. When we walked hand in hand, he always stays one step ahead, as if guiding me somewhere. As my hand is in his, I can keep my eyes cast down towards my feet when I walk. When he tugs gently on my hand, I know what true happiness is. I don't have to think about anything anymore. As long as I do what he tells me, I know I will be happy. That sounds a little suspicious. As much as I trust him, and I would trust him, that sounds very suspicious. Oh, is anything else in the journal updated, or is that it? Monsters? Nah, I don't want to know about that. I don't want to look at that. Ooh. Dressed in old clothes, look like crucified corpses from far away. I hate that, man. The repulsive lump, that's what that one was. These are scary. Dark Shrine. Oh, those girlies. That's scary. That's scary. Formidable foes. We only have had one. Okay. So hard on... Yeah. Like, she did do some bad. I won't lie. She wasn't the best friend because she did keep on calling her traitor, and it's like, she didn't... Hanako really didn't do anything bad. She was very much in her head. Oh, out of water in this water bottle. Ooh, I feel like it's hitting her. Oh. I feel like it's hitting her in both realities now. Oh. I like can't put the pieces together. Did that knock her out of the way? Or did that... Because that didn't really, like, hurt her. Is that her... Is that the... I'm gonna stop asking questions. Oh my god, I spun too fast. Oh, I'm spinning too fast. I should let everything load. Holy shit. She's giving them too much of the benefit of the doubt. I don't think she was a bad person. I think he's caught up with just like the... He did like her. And she didn't like him back. What's over here? Chocolate. Chocolate. Oh, I thought there are two wolves this time. One of them is gay, and the other one is gay. You are gay. Has music videos up? Yeah. They had no choice to go on without me. That has to be it. She's giving them the benefit of the doubt, which I don't think is good for her. Which I feel like is how she's... Well, I think Rinko's the... I think she's the problem. Get rid of the problem, you know? Why can't they open backs? Me at work sometimes. Why can't they open backs? Oh, I was like, what the frick is that noise? Strange note. I'm sorry. Something urgent came up and I can't come with you. Just trust me and continue down the path we decided. Oh, I'll get everything ready and wait for you. I know who that's from. I don't think that's from them, girlie. Do I have what? I don't use my sanity as much. Kinda wanna get health up. I actually could have gotten my Omamori up. A cabinet to see what I want for dinner. I see a box of hamburger helper, beef stroganoff, and my only thought is She's talking about big dilemma. They didn't leave this behind. I think it's from somebody else. And by somebody else, I mean the fox, because it's at a shrine. I think her friends are actually just bitches. Just them in the... Too late, I got health, I think. There's something over there. Oh my god. I want to go that way. I think that way... I want to see what that way. Oh, if I walk that way, I could, I think... Oh no, that's the way... That is most literally the way I walked. Goodbye. And I want to see what's down here. Sorry, I had the song stuck in my head. Excuse me, pardon me. Don't mean to disturb you. Just dropping by. Picking up my dead carcass. Dead. Tried. Oh, Jesus. Someone is upstairs. Shoot. Oh my god, they're everywhere. Okay, I want to go back down there, see if anything's there. Oh shit, it's those guys. Oh shitted. We got an axe. I must ask you a question. I think she fell. Strange out. Whoever finds us, please, immediately. They're here. I beg you. Help. There's. Please don't stand up behind me. Please don't stand up. That's really sad. Okay. Oh, he's moving in the bushes. Okay. Just can't drink my water. Oh, wait, shit. Hold on. I ran out of water. I have water, though. Just in a different... I think I'm gonna stand up. I'll probably still be here. How long has it been? Oh shit, it's been another hour. I really want to beat this game. I think I can today. I think I made the desk too tall. I think I'm short. There we go. Holy shit, she left. Okay. Lock that shit out, I'm out. If I go back down, I want to wrap around that way. Here we are. Sorry. Okay. Not really. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Was that the little wraparound? It was, but there's something here. There's nothing here. Ew. Oh my god, why does this remind me of Alan Wake? The little... Oh, what is that? Oh, why is there so many? Play the game. Oh no, it's not dead, girly. He's in fact not dead. Okay, so that's the way I need to go. Bandage. Ooh. I don't think I can defend against that. I don't know why I thought I could defend spit. Ooh, they're gonna become flowers. Oh, hey, an antique comb. Oh, is he aiming at me? I like the axe a lot better. Sledgehammer, nice though. Is that whole area? Okay. Is there anything there? There's no more foxes up here, and I don't like that. I won't lie, I still do trust the foxes. Oh, I don't like that. I hear it sniffling. Where the frick is his house? His house is that way. Does that end? No, that continues. Is it in the tree? Oh! Oh my god, he's in the fucking trees! It's in the goddamn trees! He's on the walls no more, he's in the trees. This is a very interesting pathway. Let's see if I can collect things. Yeah, this is where I wanted to go. Fox. Oh! Hold on. This was almost, I think it was 6? Yeah. Okay. I should really use my toolkits more often. I haven't really gone through too many weapons now. I think I will now. But, for now it hasn't been too bad. Oh. Do that, take that. We need to find somewhere to pray. I would like to go this way and see what was up there. But first there's quite a lot of enemies. Ooh. Damn. What's this way? Oh, that's to his house. Hey, I'm coming up there, baby grill. I hate these guys. Oh, okay. He's taken care of. I need to plug in this really quick. What was that noise? Research notes. It learned from reading exotic herbology that makakura is made by grinding the seeds of, rare herb. Flower of the god is notoriously difficult to cultivate as it requires a very specific environment to which it grows, rarely found in the wild. The precious medicinal herb is so prized that it's earned itself the title Flower of the Gods. According to folklore, the herb can give one the ability to converse with gods, visit their lands, and even awaken dormant powers. The manifold divine experience the herb is rumored to provide. It is no surprise that the rumored legends talk about kings dreading to find it under the belief it holds the key to immortality. When ground, its seeds seem to smell like peaches. Peaches, 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 peaches. I wonder if she's had some. Because she wanted to help her headaches. That's... Oh, I didn't know that opened that. Damn. Oh my god. Okay, leaving. Understood. I really gotta find somewhere to pray. I don't think I can get up there. I think I can get up there. I make a right-hand turn. I have too many things in my pocket, though. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh! Where am I? Okay. Oh, did I want to go this way? Hey, there's somebody chasing me. Pick up. Unlocked a sanctuary. Locked our sanctuary to protect it, but don't you worry because I have a key. I've been waiting for you at the mountain refuge. I won't let anyone or anything hurt you anymore. I'll protect you until the end of time itself. I'll stay by your side until death do us part. Oh, that's Shu's house. Oh, that must go back down to the school. Okay. Find a place to pray? So Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, you must know how to bow your head and pray. Well, there's some enemies chasing after me. A red capsule? I would really enjoy that. I need to find somewhere to pray. Toolkit. I will for sure be enjoying that because I like this axe quite a lot. Hey, there's a lot of these. Is he in the trees? He's in the goddamn trees. Hey, I would really enjoy if I could find... Hey, something's killed a lot of these things. Hey, I don't like this. Diffuse, great, isn't it? I've always wanted to see it with you. You're probably alright if you made it this far. But just to be sure, you're not being followed by anyone, right? This is our private sanctuary. We don't need anyone else. Something's coming. I really need somewhere to pray, and I think it's all the way back there.
In the Lorax End, I speak for the trees. And for some fucking reason, they're speaking Vietnamese.
Oh my god, the rhymes. I'm just thinking of... God, what's her name on TikTok? I did not have... What is she... Hey, so something just moved on the side? Because my health bar just appeared. You! I do like... Is that a prayer? Is that somewhere I can pray? Oh my god, it is. They're not your friends, girly. Oh. Pray. I kind of want this because then I can increase my max. There's nothing coming. Equipment. Let's see. What I have? Increase max health. That will break, so that's good for like a boss fight. Stamina? Stamina, plum. Little gate key. Oh, you've come such a long way. You're doing so well. You don't need to worry about your silly old mundane world anymore. We'll break free from all of that here. Welcome to our sanctuary. The others are overjoyed to have you as a new addition. Yeah, so these whole notes this whole time, She's like, oh, I wonder if they left it. Shu and Rinko. I don't think it's Shu or Rinko. I think it's the fox man. It's either him or whatever the fuck that other thing that's chasing us. One of the two. Sorry, kitchen knife. We got crowbar. Oh, no, 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 no. You're scary. Stop it. My back. Fuck you. What was... Oh my god, I've never done that before. Holy shit, that was cool. Hey, yo, boy, I think I'm goated. That was freaking cool as hell.
武器が壊れかけてる。もう少しだけ持ってくれ。
Oh, don't you worry. I can just press... I didn't mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. Yeah, it is faltering. Okay, so we got the key, so we can go back to there. I did leave item there. What, check this way? Me do? Yes? No. I'm scared. I can't go in here. No. Oh, he died. Okay. I didn't want to accidentally eat that. Oh. Isn't this from earlier when I can jump down? Is there anything else over there? I don't think so. I think I literally just have to jump back down and go that way because I don't think I can jump back up. Nope. Incapable. No can do. Yeah, see, I don't know what that is. So I'm holding... Can she run? I was holding W too early, I think. I don't actually know which way I'm running. I think that was the wrong way. I think she's on my fucking ass, bro. Hey, so that thing's there. You know what that thing kind of looks like? I ran for my freaking life. Oh, there's... I was like, I still have health. I'm gonna say this. So I've only died once, and it was the same thing at the beginning. I was holding W too soon, so it didn't process to run, and so I wasn't running. So I've only died one other time. I'm now just noticing how this crow only has one wing, and it's now been clipped. That makes me very suspicious, doesn't it, Steve? Doesn't it? I will be honest, I didn't know which way I was fucking running. That's rather interesting. Well, she's out of breath. Oh no, oh no. I don't know where I'm running to and I'm very scared. I don't want to die anymore. I actually don't know which way I'm going, and I'm very scared because I'm very confused and lost. I think it's this way. Oh my god, she's out of breath. I almost died there again. There ain't no way that that gate just says, ah, you made it on the other side of the gate. Guess I can't get you now. I barely fucking mean. She gets out of breath so much. I need to find more Emmas to... Hey, so what's my equipment right now? Is there any more things about stamina? Dude, that's... Oh, you're fucking shitting me. Oh my god, girly. Girly, I don't know where I'm going now. I have to press F. Oh my god, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. That looks like it's her sister. I'm not gonna lie. If you know what I'm thinking, you know what I'm thinking. I don't like those chases. Also, they can't enter through the shrine. To the gates. I fucking barely made it. I'm so curious now about I'm gonna save now because I only saved last time from starting up, but I only died the one other time, and I'm noticing it with the hit you with the spoiler real quick. The crow has one wing is because the name is its name is Sephiroth. This is actually just a game about Sephiroth. See, look, the fox. I don't know. I trust the fox. I trust the little guy so much. Dun dun dun! It's actually just a Sephiroth game. Hi, Nikki. How are you? Forgotten shrine. I heard once that there was a shrine in the shambles near Shu's house. Never knew it was here. Shu told me that. Then that there's a treasure in the roots of the divine tree or something. Sakugo once told me that this place is where the real shrine is. You know, that sounds about right because it stopped them. I would believe it. Just have to play through making all the worst decisions? Oh, I will. Oh, I know one of the big things in... Oh, I can go further up. My goal is there, but I want to go up here. I mean, like, I have Sakugo's key to her mailbox, and I never opened that. And I wish I could have. Oh, hey, the tree don't look too good. 1,000-year-old cedar? Oh. Legend of the Sacred Sword. It said that Ibisugaku Gakka was a hidden village that served as a refuge for defeated soldiers. Taira clan. Unfortunately, evidence for this tale has yet to be found. There's many cultural similarities with the hidden villages. It's believed as the tale true. According to the local legend, the soldiers who fled here vowed exact revenge upon the Minamoto clan. Okay. To restore the Taira clan and its former glory. Upon swearing this oath, they buried the sword of the deceased leader at the base of the giant tree to serve to protect this land? Oh.
朽ちているけどかつては立派だったんだろうね
Yeah, there's that big tree. Melty cheese. Cake for breakfast? Hell yeah. Freaking up. I didn't have anything for breakfast. I got an achievement for going over here. So, I think it is confirmed that, like, me dying more definitely has a toll on stuff. Which makes sense. It's Silent Hill. Even killing more enemies, usually adds to the stuff. I don't know how the UFO one, how to get that one, but I am very excited for that one. Will not lie. Did I get anything else? Dried carcass. Thank you. Is this the right way now? Yeah. I still trust the fox. Mask fox man. This house is that way, but what's this way? Nothing. I can't go that way. That chase was scary because it's such a windy road that I didn't know where I was going. That was really stressful. Oh. That tree broke.
ここに繋がってたんだ
Oh, hey, so like... Let's turn this way. Hey, his house...
シュ相棒私だ
His house don't look too good. Hey, I don't like that I heard the ding-ding-ding. Front door to Shu's house. Oh. Hinako began complaining of headaches in the middle school. When I tried pinpointing the root cause, things always seemed to come back to stress arising from her poor relationship with her father. In other words, she's suffering from tension headaches. I first recommended that she use over-the-counter medicine, but soon she started asking for more and more often. I don't like the thought that Hinako is developing a reliance. She's developing a resilience. I can't fucking speak too fast. So I switched her to traditional Chinese medicine to use kudzu root and peony. I may not know my flowers, but I know a bitch when I see one. Less strain on her body. Setsu, I know the real reason she came around so often isn't just because she's looking for medicine, but for a place to air her grievance about her father. As my grandmother always says, you can greatly improve the flow of someone's chi simply by listening to their troubles, empathizing with them. Hinako is thrilled with the medicine I gave her and said it worked wonders. But the truth is, it wasn't medicine alone. I want to hear all about her concerns. I mean, that's my job as a partner. Yeah. Ate this, huh?
とりあえず
Stealing all of his medicine. I stole all of his medicine in there. Ooh. I want to check that side. Oh, maybe the other side didn't work. Hey, you got an awfully big water there, and I don't like how much water. You know, that's how sirens get you. There's a pretty noise over there that I'm so intrigued by. No, you don't go in the water. You don't do that. This store had the light in it. Okay, I'm like, this store had the light. I think this is where I go. If they're not in here...
リンコ
Oh, I don't know if they're here anymore. At least not in wherever she is. His awkward picture there. His little awkward picture is so cute. Oh, I don't think that's Shu. Yeah, that was not Shu, girly pop. Hey, so I don't think I trust her sister. I don't think I trust her sister. Oh no, she passed out again. Her body absolutely stopped moving. I've ran away from that bitch so much there and I still got caught. Oh, what?
ここから先は大きな苦痛を伴うことになる。
いいえ、私は恐れません。
では行こう。
Oh, she looked at us.
ここでは3つの儀式。
Hey.
はい。
Well, he's fucking gone again. He keeps leaving us. Like, I know I shouldn't trust him, and I should listen to the doll maybe, but also, like...
見えなくとも。一緒に。
Oh, we gotta figure out what happens with that ending. I don't know. I think she's already a lost cause in this playthrough. I'm gonna be honest.
頑張ります。あなたにふさわしくなるように。
Oh no, really, Pop. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think. Oh no, 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 no. Oh hey!
行こうか。ひなこ。
Immediately runs towards him. Hey, I'll be with you in a second. What's this on the wall?
この壁。なんか妙だ。
What about this wall? Yeah, it's a wall. Okay. Not the conclusion she was getting at. Why is he always closing doors? Oh, that's really scary. Hold on, I don't like that. I like Sakuko. I don't like the dark. Oh. Really giving up a lot of herself for this box. Yeah, she really is. It sounded a lot like something very suspicious. Have the spread of the corruption from the mortal world on thy hand and cleanse it with the silver and noble sheen. Rejoice, Hinako, and be welcomed. I don't know, because then you see that and it's covered in blood. Oh, not record. Enshrine. He went this way. Well, hey. Hey, Billy. Hey, Ron. Where the fairy am I? Okay. I won't lie, I kind of want to explore. Because of notes? Don't trust the fox? Well... Oh, oopsie. Not door. Said. Family physician log I received. Oh yeah, because there was stuff about her family before. Oh, I see something that's interesting there. Planting my flag, it's manipulation. Yeah, that's what I see. I see a lot of grooming. But I'm already so far down this path. It's like when I got my degree. Receive reports that the patient will sometimes make strange sounds, then try to get on all fours and crawl around. Housemaids who served the family for many years whisper among themselves, speaking of so-called fox possession. I have scolded them for spreading such unscientific, superstitious rumors. Today, I ordered to keep silent about this matter. The head of the house, the family has denied my request to transport them to the hospital. I wonder if, out of fear, they talk about the supernatural will tarnish the family reputation. However, I do not expect the patient condition to improve with in-home treatment. I think there's something definitely about her family and definitely about... Whoa. Oh, this is where I started. Oh my god, it is. There's something weird with her family. I shouldn't walk into a corner like that. Which, you know, it adds up. It's a trickster. Foxes are tricksters. Not necessarily bad, but like, in this case, I'm a man. Okay. Back to the main goal. Hey, so those enemies that were here? Oh. Right when you beat the game, in case I'm not there? Real as hell. Ow, okay, I don't know why I tried to do that. Yay! I want to try to beat the game today, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Hey, so there's somebody else entering this room right now. Okay. It's this wall. There's something behind this wall. That one, right meow. That just sounds like I'm banging my face up against the wall, I won't lie. Yeah, Girly Pop, I know you're right there, but I'm just gonna choose to ignore. Oh, hell yeah, let's just hit all the doors. I don't know why I hit that one again. I hit that already. Hey, so she's gonna come back eventually. Hey, there's a blue light over there. Oh. Oh. Is my health at? Okay. Hey, yeah, she's back up again. I'm gonna go, give some things to a shrine. Maybe. I don't know. The maybe is, if I can find it again. I think it's in here. Yes. This is such a loop-de-loo. I have a lot of... Do I carry my toolkits over? I do. I don't need them here, but I need them in the other world. That's not the right button. Oh, hey, so he's standing right up there. That's kind of scary. Yeah, see, there has to be another way to, like, not listen to him. Because, like, most of the stuff that I'm doing, I'm just, like, following... Hey, that wasn't very nice. I was following the fox man. Hey, there's another person. Oh. Ooh, let's do this. Okay. She's temporarily gone. Yeah, I don't know. This is adding up not very well, especially since she can't find her friends now. I think we definitely, for sure, sacrifice. Hey, girly. Don't mind me. We definitely, like, sacrificed her friends or something. Red carcass. Oh, hey, is this the right way? Hey, excuse me, girly. I gotta see what's the other way. Because there's, like, the crying that's down there. Sorry, I really wanted to see if I could... Ow. I know, actually, I think that's just the enemy. That's what they all say. She's still after me. Yes, she is. Oh! Let's do this. That. That's so cool. I love those dodges. Whoa. I'm extremely hungry. The hunger has hit. Okay. Now we can go to the door. Yeah, I feel like I'm leading her down. I don't know if it's a bad ending. I don't know what type of ending I'm leading her down. Cause I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what's happening. I can smell food. It's making me hungry. I mean, I was hungry, but now I can smell food. Because they were talking about her being dead. So I don't know.
私はここだ。ずっと君といる。
はい。
Oh, hey. Hey, that's hey, I don't like how you look. That's the thing that grabbed me. There were two wolves inside me. That looks like the fox spirit though too. It looks like a fox. Like human turned fox. I don't know. We're just gonna ignore me as I'm trying to make sense in my brain. Those are like the same robes that Sakuko had too. I don't know what's happening. Are they cutting her arm off? I don't think they're cutting her arm off. Is he cutting her arm off? He's not gonna cut off her arm. Maybe? I don't know. What did he put on her arm? I don't like that I have a good judgment of what's about to happen. Does she have to cut her own arm off? Why couldn't he have done it? You think she's gonna have the strength to do that? At the show. No, no, you don't. Oh my god. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's like I know what's happening, but I don't know what's happening, and I'm so confused. Don't look at me like that. You're making it more confusing. That's the same arm that grabbed her out of the house. Is she the one hunting herself? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I mean, when she was talking about, they were talking about possession and fox possession, and then she's saying there's two Hanakos, in her. Is this what she meant? You got the bad ending? Okay, yeah, but I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Like, some of the stuff in Silent Hill 2 I can understand, like, oh, that helps James, like, get through certain things. That makes it worse. In this game, I'm trying to figure out what made things worse, and I don't know what it is. Like, I can already understand that painkillers. Oh yeah, that shit got hurt a lot. But like, the next one, girl, that arm don't look good on you. But that is the same arm that literally grabbed her out of the house. Hey, does that mean I can fight with this? It is a really cool arm, girly. Furry time. Did she just like... Okay. I'm like, did she just bark? Can I hit this, please? Damn. I tried to hit it earlier. I was like, please make a ball noise. Bow wow wow. Yeah, I know I shouldn't trust you, but like, we're already too far gone into this that I need to know how this ending goes. The next one. You look like that. The Foxman is saying that there's to be more sacrifices. You want me to sacrifice my other arm? I already sacrificed my friends. I don't think she really cares about sacrificing her family. See, I'm just like trying to think about my steps in this game. And I'm like, how do I not listen to the Foxman? How do I not trust him? Now I feel like I need to go into a deep dive about this game. Hey girly, I want to see how this works. I've been rendered inanimate. And oh my god. Okay. Yeah, see, she's losing her whole sense of herself now. Which is really cool. Like, it's really cool, and it's really, like, tragic. But, like, I want to know why she... my brain will make sense. Oh. Yeah, it's fine. So many people sawed off. Who sawed my arm off for? Real as fuck. I like my arms. I ain't getting rid of them. Spiriting me away? Maybe I could have asked for a less. Whoa! Hey, that was. Ooh. Hey, there are two wolves inside me. Okay, but that's cool as hell. Hey, you. That's cool as. I'm sorry. Maybe I was soft. My. Oh, can I open all these doors now? Oh, I have the strength to. I'm not just. Don't. What about this door? There's certain doors that I know I could have. It's the promise of awesome. Replace. Whoa! 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 I saw you up there for once. And I know a lot too is like sanity. See, that's such a cool animation. Soul strip. Maybe I shouldn't strip them of their souls. Hey, can I bang this wall now? Okay. There's something suspicious about this wall. Where am I going? Do it. Oh, maybe I should go the other door? You need something better? Hey, this isn't lit blue anymore. See, I'm trying to figure out how to change the steps of my actions. Oh, let's go sacrifice some things really quick. Lesser sacrifice. Hey, Doc, this isn't me asking for spoilers, because you had said it before. How many endings were there? Because I don't remember. Oh, one more. I don't remember how much you said. There's something with those doors. Oh, hey, we want to. Oh! Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, I have hands too. Okay, whoa. I wonder if 5. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to. I didn't react at all. Am I close to the end of the game? I don't want to just stop stream. Yeah, you deserve it. I don't like him. Anyways, I'm gonna go deliver stuff still first. Because I'm like, how do I... I'm too far in now to try to change the direction of the game. I'm gonna read this. The lovely sliver arm grows strong. Thy figure no longer mortal but divine. Unto the limb has the power of purification has been bestowed. Grace us now with the newly found strength. Anyways, there's an enemy right there. Let's go exploring. Let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. I lost an arm. Something about that wall. Hey, girly. Excuse me, girly. Woo! Actually, that's quite scared me. I would like if you were to not do that. She's gonna hit me while I'm in this animation. Hey, girly, please don't follow me this way. Hey, I got a girly following me. Okay. Oh, you know, touche. Oh, please don't stab my arm. It's freshly sewed on. I have a freshly sewn on arm. Oh. we see you. Oh, not this thing again. Oh, Doc, this is the thing that we fought earlier that's truly awful. Ouchie. Okay, you girly. Please, up. I'm gonna do this. No! Oh, hell yeah. Is she gonna spit on me again? I want this move. Or you said, oh, you know, I ain't got no clue. Steal you. Because I don't like you. First aid? I haven't used too many first aids. Oh, do you need me to... Okay. I was like, oh, sorry. Do you need me to, like, kill that? See, there's a lot of these doors. Oh, now he's just holding a furry. It really is furry time. Like, I think I'm so confused because with James's story, I knew what he did wrong. And so it's a lot of like being in purgatory. But in this case, I don't know what the fuck happened. What's happening? Why are we here? How did we get here? How did this all happen? Oh! This one's gonna hurt, girly. Isn't it pleasure? Can I speak? Benjamin? Girly, you're brave. Yeah, it's a lot of times it's like purgatory. It feels like. Oh. Through the, like, not even, like, with the shirt on? Like, I guess it'll just burn the fabric, but like, I can't even say that's flesh. I feel like that's the yeah, the fabric's gonna freaking burn through that. That's not even like, I feel like that wasn't even done well. Well, thank you. I just burnt my back up. It's bacon now. And she's out again. Oh, thank God. I really thought she was about to chop off her other arm. I won't lie. Oh, don't touch her back at all. That shit's gotta hurt. Oh, what? I thought we were done. Kevin, no! Wrong word! She looks like she would be a badass. Yeah, she's like giving up her everything for him. Which is such a... that's fucked up. Oh, hey, okay, coming. Don't worry. Ooh, her skirt is getting more, like, rugged. Like, I don't know how to not listen to him. That sounds very, like bad. But like, I mean, like actually in the game, like how can I not follow the fox? Okay, well I didn't need that. Ooh. Hey, that's the plant that he was talking about. Hutsu. So, it's full, you can use tea to it. Hey, so we're actually now playing Dying Like the Beast. We were playing Dying Like the Beast here. While your awakened form can perform counter. Okay.
はじめまして。
Ow. Yeah, she's no longer Hanako. Hanako? Yeah, she's no longer Hinako. So... Hey, everybody's a little too close. She got one puff arm. She got one puff arm. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, did I not finish somebody off over there? She killed with the fucking full form thing? Yeah. Oh, that's... I love the imagery of like these certain things. This is a little... Ouchie, my head. Ooh. In the game where the dog has a paintbrush mouth? Oh yes! I don't... It starts with an O. I know if I strip more souls. Oh, more souls build up that. There was something about like her family too that had connections. There's something with this wall and I don't think I can figure it out because I'm too far gone. Not allowed, ma'am. Give me your soul. But yeah, the map art is gorgeous. Antique coat. Dirty drawstring bed. Drawstring bag. Stands kind of sticky. And it increases inventory capacity. Oh! Okay. This seems like if I don't follow the fox, I could go through those, but I don't know. Lucky underwear. Damn. Yeah, because that definitely seems like I could go that way. Right. Wait, I could go that way? Where am I? I don't exactly know where I am. Oh, not you. Oh. Ow! That was quite mean. Now I have no sanity. Oh, I have no stamina. Worst Elden Ring. Awful Elden Ring. Oh, F. Oh, F. Oh. Upgrading for stats in this game? Oh. Hey, that's really cool. Health and stamina. And my, oh. Oh. And my Onomoris, too. Do I actually have any? I've upgraded this, I think, twice. This once and this twice. No. Yes. I have a lot of things in my pockets. Wrong one. Hey, so I just really want to do one of these. Decrease the sanity consumption while focusing. Ooh, that could actually be a good one. Okay, so that's the way I want to go. Oh, that just leads back that way. Okay. I'm really trying to think how I could change my actions in this. You know? Wait, where the hell am I? That's my arm. Is this where I already had gone? I had already gone to that one. So I think I need to... Hello? Oh, that was Mochi. I can tell you? Don't tell me yet. Well, I guess it doesn't matter, because at this point, it's too far gone. But like, I really love that. That's such a cool design. Where the hell am I? Oh, this was new. Oh, hey there. Oh, hey. Oh. Cool design. Sarah, when are you available for D&D? Never. Fucking seems like. I'm still stuck with night shifts. I'll let you know, though. I've been trying to get rid of some Friday shifts, but we'll see how that goes. Really are shrouded in mystery? You understand exactly how I feel, even though we haven't seen each other in years? Or are you simply reading me like a book, or am I feeling exactly what you want me to? Recently, I'm starting to think even I don't know who I am anymore. Available? Because Ajax need to be played. Yes, please. I want to. Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. That was not Jesus. Open the door. Oh my God, run for my fucking life. Oh my God, they're gonna hit me as I'm opening this. Whoa. Oh, okay, hey. There's a lot of people here. You can't guilt trip me because I don't want to get fired from work. Okay, this is inconvenient. It's literally fucking beast mode. Okay. Housemaid note. However, the child she carried was unmistakably a descendant of Sunikis, and their blood lies in the wait for the tragedy to strike. There's only a matter of time before the child exacts their revenge. I believe that next time there is turmoil within the Suniki family, the child will make their move. Ooh, the crow. Ooh. Speaking of which, I will just take some medicine. Where am I? Okay, this is where I'm so confused. I'm so... Where's house guests leaving the doors open? I got you, bro.
I can't guilt trip her. I'll just simply state a fact. Sarah hates us and doesn't want to spend time with us outside of stream.
You got me there. Tell that to the rat. Okay. Okay, where the heck? The heck am I going? My head hurts. It's because my hair's up. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna try and go back. Excuse me. I do not concern you. The lion does not concern with this enemy because I have a one buff arm. And I'm getting stuck on the corners. Oh, oh. Okay, so it's back this way. I wonder if it's the second door now.
これが最後の儀
They
式
drive. Okay. So no, we don't. No. Hey, you shut up.
ひなこ
I love you guys so much. What? She's talking to me and I'm ignoring him because I'm listening to you guys. Because I like you guys more. I would trust you more. Even though it's Silent Hill. I would still trust you. Very much. Time to go. What are we gonna do this time? Are we gonna eat it? Are we gonna get a, like... Oh, whoa. Oh, hey, you're new. Whoa. Whoa, this is a big guy. Ow, hey, okay, that was quite rude. Whoa, whoa, holy shit. Eat the fucking pill. What the freak? Oh my god. Okay, I'm running. Oh, Jesus. I hate how she gets stunned. No. I need to get these girls out. Ouchie! Holy shit. He fucking hurts a lot. Oh, jeez. Oh my god. That was awful. Also, yeah, she's sounding more and more deranged. Oh my god, I actually got really scared there. It's making soup, making hamburger. We are not the same. We are not the same. We are not the same. What's my health at? Okay, my health is fine. Oh my god. That was a scary enemy. How long have I been streaming? I want to finish this game. And I feel like I'm at the end, you know? Oh, my leg. Please don't tell me I'm gonna give up my leg. What are we sacrificing this time? Oh, myself. Oh, anything that is her. She is sacrificing. Hinako is in fact dead. Oh, please do not, like, cut off my face. I can just... She's gonna cut off her face. Hey, she's tired, okay? Oh, please don't cut off your face. Just, like, put the mask on. Oh, God. I don't want to see it. Yeah, dude, you didn't have to peel off your face, okay? I do. I'm so glad I don't get to see this. I don't want to see this. I don't want to. Oh, it's just the eyes. That's awful. That's even worse. Through the nose. They could have made the little eye holes bigger so I could see, right? I don't like that noise. I don't like that noise. That's really cool, though. Well, we got ears. We did get ears. Oh, you didn't need to treat blood like that. Sounds so goopy. They're so nice. Those curlies are so nice. I say is they're the ones who she's just cut off my face. Why'd I have to like cut off my arm, get stabbed, and my face? I got a funny looking nose now. Oh, don't touch your back. That's icky. Face remove your arm, burn, yeah. And I trusted him, yeah. Yeah, I did. Hey, I gotta find out all the endings, okay? The little doll is just like, are you fucking kidding me? That little doll's just like, I fucking told you! And you didn't listen! Ooh. Oh. Oh, wait, I don't know. I look sick as fuck, though. Oh, hey, what's that? But the doll looks exactly like the one I had when I... And... Sure hates me for throwing it away and abandoning it. Oh, I really abandoned it this time. I want to see. Did I get an update of my picture? Damn. That's this one. The middle school. Middle school we're done with. Bitch, you dumb. Yeah, that doll is just like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? She got her third eye. Promise me everything could have ever want to be content and life full comfort as long as I live. Status that no one could look down on. Most importantly, endless love for me. For all this, I will give him all of me, body, mind, and soul. I'll even give him what I have fiercely protected my whole life. My will to make my own choices. Damn. Oh.
さあ、
Oh.
皆が私たちを待っているよ。
Hey, wait, you went this way. Hey, oh, sorry, I went it well. That last line. See, you know, Kev, you weren't here for the beginning of the game, were you? Somebody come down and do homework for me. I'm sorry. What homework is it? I can do 1 + 1 = 5. That. Well, so yeah, what is your homework? Mask of the Clan. Focus. Oh. Okay, this is the wall. Am I the doll? Yeah, you are the doll. Oh.
進むべき道が
I only have so much sanity though. I'm like a freaking dog. You are the doll. That doll though, they literally looked like, are you shitting me? I told you. This will be so much more fun though, going through again. I do still feel bad for her, one friend, Sakugo deserves better. A question, a choice of that. Oh, I don't want to work on that paper. Oh, I know where I'm going. That stupid wall that I'm like, something is back here. Is there any other hidden things though? Hold on. That's where we're going. This wall opens that goes straight through. Where am I? February 16th, it's a miracle. How could this be? The two daughters' symptoms have improved dramatically. Both patients have made a full recovery. I do not understand it one bit. Could this phenomenon cannot be explained through medical means? Exists no record of any literature or disease or toxin that could lead to cruel illness, such as dramatic recovery the two daughters experience has likewise never been documented. Interesting. I don't like that it said two daughters. Oh, hey, look, I can update something. Update? Upgrade. Where's that one wall I was thinking of? Oh, was it this one? Oh, it was. Twice, in fact, that wall. That just leads me there. Da 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 da. Yep, good enough. Let's pray. I almost feel like I should get my sanity up, but I will do stamina one last time. Now you have more stamina? Your prayers were heard. Now you have more stamina. Why, thank you. It's exactly what I wished for. So where's the final? There's the door. How to say white men are hypocrites and can only care about money. Oh, for 500 words. You can do it. I believe in you.
とても綺麗だひなこ
Hey, 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 hey. Whoa there, buddy. Why are you giving me a whole bunch of medicine? That's suspicious, ain't it? That's very suspicious.
では行こうか
Imagine if you just take Doc's help and just write shoe. That's a lot of healing items. That's a lot of people.
見たまえ皆が私たちを祝ってくれ
Ooh, I don't like how you look, girly. Okay, why did the girlies have to cut off their face and it doesn't seem like the guys had to cut off their face? I know why. I mean, I don't know why, but like I don't like theirs. Hey, how long we gotta walk? Okay. I like how we're yeah, it's talked about it. Oh, yeah, because I was gonna tell Kev. No, that's my sister.
新しい生に祝福を
Hey, that's her sister. It very much talks about like her family's relationship when you read the stuff at the beginning, and it very much seems like the exact situation like how her mother is with her father, which is very much like this is life and I am happy. I just have to listen to what he says and do anything he wants me to do and not disobey him type of thing. I'm like, oh, so it kind of sounds like, at least like in part to how her family was. That was her sister. I'm pretty sure that was Junko. Who is this? Don't look at my arm, sorry, it's a little bit heavy. Yeah, the sister left to get married. Oh, they're all here now. Doll is just like, come on. Oh, am I fighting? Am I fighting that? Oh.
Rinko? Rinko?
Rinko?
私はあんたの願い通り死んでいなくなるから。だから私のことなんか忘れて幸せに生きなよ。忘れてやる。手伝ってやる。私の記憶から世界からお前の名前なんて全部消えたんですよ。
I feel like I'm about to fight her.
消されない。私の名前は清水ひな子。
Oh, that's a big like big arm. That's a big arm I got. Whoa. Why she got?
こんなリンコ見たくなかった。
Oh no. They're fluffing my face. Yeah, I still don't think Franco was a good friend at all. Got apple cider? Oh. Whoa, what the hell was that? That. Ouchie. Whoa, good heavens. There was a lot of them. Okay, she just keeps on burning me. No. Ouchie. Okay, cool. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick because I've been streaming for so long. Am I at the end of the game? I keep on saying like I just keep on going. I'm at the end of the game though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anymore. I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick. I do really want to go skate today, but either way, I can't leave the game because I haven't saved in a bit. I'll be right back. My room is so freaking room warm. I think that's not. It's very much giving like the end of the game. Also, I'm so happy to see that it's still the same image every fucking time. That made me really stressing. I was like, wait a minute. I feel like it is. Oh. I literally knew that was gonna happen. Yippee! I have to time my things so well! Oh, I forgot I can still dodge in that. Rinko had so much hate. I'm so hungry. You know, I thought I wasn't gonna have a lot of energy today because I'm not feeling well. That was freaking wrong. Oh yeah, hey, Rinka, there's a lot of you. There's a lot of her. So, it's so nice to meet you. Oh my god. Oh, are they all gonna run at me at the same time? I think I'm actually gonna... Didn't I say she's literally like burning with hatred? She most literally is burning with hatred. Like realizing she is the most literally lava. Whoa.
そこまで言われる筋合いはない。幸せになりたきゃ努力して運命を変えろ。
This is really sad. Yay! I learned dodging, and by that, and focused.
見たくなかった。リンコのこんな姿。
That arm is freaking huge.
今は嬉しい。お別れに際して私たちはようやく本音を語り合えたね。これでリンコの世界から清水ひな子は消えたね。
She did remember who she was.
リンコ。 私はじゃない
どうしたひなこ
私は
君はひなこじゃないか
私は
君はひなこだ
はい私は清水ひな子じゃない
I don't like what's happening.
私は
Is she gonna kill him?
ひな子
Oh no. No, she forgot her name. She forgot her name.
君は私のひ
She
な
had one job. She forgot her name. I had one job. Nope, that's just kidding. She's fucking losing it. Oh my god, I have so much of this game left. I like how like the slow effects in that world are coming to this, like the back. What does her face look like? Oh god. I don't want that in this. I think I'm gonna call it here. Because I am extremely hungry. What the frick? That wasn't there before. That was a picture of Shu that was there. Can we move faster, girly? I know you're probably in a lot of pain. You're almost... How much... Oh no, I'm really hungry. I do this every time. I need a dancing. Good at making fun of myself.
時間がないのよ。いつまでここにいる気なの？
お姉ちゃん。
久しぶりね、ひなか。
やっぱりなんだか不思議な感じ。お姉ちゃんがお姉ちゃんじゃないみたい。
お互い様よ。私の中でのひな子はまだ小学校前。そんな格好をしているとひな子がひな子じゃないみたいだわ。
お姉ちゃん、私。
あなたが生かされたということはここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。
迷い？
今日までに何度も言ったかもしれないけれど、もう一度だけ言うわね。生はあなたが選びなさい。誰の意見も聞かなくていい。自分の意志だけで選びなさい。
That's not what I said over there.
これだけは覚えておいて。あなたがそれに悩める時間はもう尽きかけている。いえ、普通の人間ならばとっくに尽きている。
お姉ちゃん。
His sound got better too. That's crazy.
Rinko.
Okay, I only care about Shu. I don't really care about Rinko. Oh my god. Do I have a different... Hell yeah, I got a new picture. And she has a mask on hers now. She also looks like she got beheaded.
お姉ちゃんの言う通りだ。時間がない。二人とも待ってて。すぐ行く。
So do I continue and finish the game? How much more of the game do we think I have left? Because I think I still have one more boss fight. Ooh, a baseball bat. Is anything very low? You are. Oh, I left a video up on my phone. Because I can save it for next Monday. We can finish that and then play Dying Light the Beast. Reading the plot synopsis, so I don't know. I don't know how to do this. I just don't know how to spell. Okay. Literally, I just didn't know how to spell. I stared at my phone for a second. I was like, Funny knowing you? Probably an hour. Yeah, that's what I feel like. I feel like it's gonna be a whole nother hour. Oh no, I have like 2 chapters left. I'm on chapter 5. Okay. I'm on chapter 5, so I have 2 chapters left, 5 and 6. So we can finish it next week. And that's perfectly fine. I saved, right? Yeah. Because I think I have one more time in the real world and then one more time in the spirit world. That was great. I think we got a lot done today, though. This was fun. It looks even worse. Oh my god. I honestly might start a second playthrough off stream, like today. Either that or play Battlefield 6. That looks so cool, bro. I forgot it just like closes instantly, bro. That shit freaking closes so fast. Oh, let me get you music. Oh shit. My god. That was really fun. Thank you all for joining for a stream today. I think. Need a deep dive? Yeah, I'm gonna need a deep dive. I can't exactly watch the deep dives yet because I need to finish the game. But yes. Just in game, it's been really fun. But yes, go get some sleep quiet. Thank you for joining for today and everything. I hope everybody had a good day. I think I'll post my TikTok tomorrow. I'll post about it in the Discord when I post it. It'll be fun. I'm gonna quickly raid out so that I can go eat. Who do we want to go to? I'm seeing who's live with our friends. But I love you, Shaylin. I love you. Oh, but this is so good. I love seeing my friends thrive. I don't know. Is anybody partial to where you're going? Or should we just release everybody today? Monarch cowards. Because we're not going to raid anybody. I think I'm just going to let you guys go today. It's been a long stream. A lot of you guys need to get to bed and everything. But other than that, I will see you Wednesday. We'll decide what to do. I'll leave it up to my little goobers who will be playing games with me. If we play Repo or if we play Stardew. Because I'm fine with either. It's really up to y'all's how we feeling for the day. So we'll see. Other than that, I love you all. I'm gonna say bye-bye from here. Please enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. It's just a lot of fun. I'm trying to work hard on doing content and whatnot. I have an idea for another video. Okay, don't talk to me about the alien video, okay? That's the only thing I'm gonna say. Don't talk to me about that. That shit's so fucking long. I don't know how I want to edit it, so it's a mess. But yeah, please enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. I love you all. I see you all Wednesday, so enjoy your day tomorrow. Please take care, everybody. I love you all. I give you mwah. And that's it. Bye-bye. Stay safe, everybody. Was you, Doc? Yes. Everybody be safe. Bye-bye.